But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Hanging from a thread till you dead, cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale of fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. Well, it's me, I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence. Dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next. Open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Chinga su madre, ya valió.
What is poppin', people? Welcome back to Shy Ill Reacts. I am your host, Shy Ill. Welcome back to the Ill Cartel. I am Shy Ill. Welcome. Hope everybody's had a great week. Hope everybody got after that money this week. That million. All right. I hope everybody's working towards that million. What is poppin'? Thank you for joining me on this lovely Friday night. It's good to see y'all. What's poppin', y'all? Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all being here today. Hundreds up. Salutes to the usual suspects in the building on this Halloween night. All right. I was going to come on here with a mask and shit, but it would have sounded funny. All right. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all for being here. Shout out Shannon. Salutes to Shannon. Zoraida. Velez. Shout out to Nightbot for being consistent. Shout out Deb checking in from the gig, getting that money. Get that money. Get that money. Millions. Get that money. All right. Get that money. Shout out Deb. Salute Mr. Joshua on the check-in. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Shout out Upper Echelon. Welcome. All right, hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Tell a friend to tell a friend that we are here, all right? Que dice plebada, es viernes. Ya se la saben, sáquenla para andar al chingazo. All right, rest in peace, Chucky Chingón. Salutes Velez, saca la bolsita. What you dress up as, Upper Echelon? As his brother. Salutes. All right. Happy Halloween. Take your mask off, Shy. Face off. Remember that shit? That was some good shit. Nice setup, Shy. Salutes, man. I had to rebuild the whole system, so we went for the glow up. We're not done yet. We still got some more to do, but we went for the glow up. Hopefully everything works. Did a lot of updating, a lot of work over here over the last couple of weeks. You know, I've been getting a lot of people hitting me up saying, Shy, you got to be shadow banned. And again, I'm one that doesn't try to get into the talk, oh, YouTube's holding me down, shadow ban, all this shit. Then I came across a video from a YouTuber that I watch. And he said that he found a solution to his problem. I've been seeing a decline on the Ill Cartel of about 50% in the last couple of weeks. And I didn't know what to attribute it to. I was like, I don't know what's happening. And boom, they nailed it. They said that a function that I've been waiting for on this channel for a long time. I wanted this channel to be able to have a Spanish version. So I was waiting for the auto dubbing feature. Auto dubbing feature came, and it's been tanking channels from what I understand. You know what I'm saying? Because YouTube is trying to push all of this content to all of these people in different languages that are probably not into the subject matter. So that makes you look bad in the algorithm. So I cut it off. All right. All the Espanol you're gonna get on this channel is gonna come from me. All right, all the translations are gonna come from me until further notice. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, as the algorithm catches my channel again, things will look back the way they were looking. But it wasn't looking good for a while, so hopefully we got that figured out. Had a lot of other technical situations to get figured out, but I think we nailed it down, and I think we should be good at this point. You know what I mean? You'd think that the auto dub would just expand the views. No. Maybe if it was just to Spanish-speaking communities, this channel would probably benefit from that. What I started noticing a long time ago is I felt like YouTube was classifying this channel as something different, because they give you in YouTube Studio, they give you things to look at that say, you know, stuff that your audience is watching. And these things are things that didn't match the subject matter and didn't seem like it was coming from my audience. And it's because that they're, you know, pushing me to people that don't really ain't looking for this kind of content. You know what I'm saying? So auto dubbing is donezo. again, had I, you hear a lot of things from people on YouTube about the algorithm and this and that and the other. If I hadn't heard this from YouTube channels that are way bigger than me, that are actually channels that I watch, I probably wouldn't pay it any credence, but it makes absolute sense now that I hear what they're talking about, Otra vez el tubo. And here's the thing, they don't give you an option. Now, mind you, I wanted that auto dubbing feature, but they just turned it on a lot of people's channels, and people didn't know what it was. And now they realize it's what been tanking their channel. So again, hopefully that's over with. It should take a couple of weeks for the algorithm to get back to normal, and we'll see how it goes from there. But I'm hoping that helps, because I was like, yo, how am I tanking when everything has gotten better? Thumbnails have gotten better. The production has gotten better. The product has gotten better. I couldn't understand it. But here we are. I've also been paying a lot of attention to the other channels and getting things, there's so many things that I want to do, so little time is just one me. So, here we are. But again, I got the dog in the background. I got the goat in the background. I got the Godfather jump off in the background. So now we can cut to this open frame for a lot of things, for my film reviews, for this kind of stuff, rather than just being stuck on this screen here, all right? But we have the option now, all right? We still got that, we still got that, we still got that, all right? Salutes. Again, welcome. Thank you for hanging out with me. Couple of things we got to talk about tonight. Recently, let me start recording here on this. Before we get into that, what's your kids' Halloween costumes and shit like that? What's y'all's Halloween costumes? What's going on out there? Ain't nobody going trick or treat tonight? Velez out there trying to get a bolsa from the neighbor and shit. What's going on? Everybody's just chilling for Halloween? Couple of things to discuss, couple of updates to get into. Shout out 298 on the check-in. All right, salutes to JP. He in his ghillie suit somewhere. He'll probably pop up later. Velez got his treat bag ready. What are you for Halloween, man? A powdered nose and shit? Huh? I seen some creative costumes out there. That's the fun part of Halloween, right? I'm just getting my treats together over here. Make sure we ready. All right, we're going to be taking a new, approach to a lot of things around here. Again, we're getting more uploads that are done off live stream. We'll be getting more of those in the coming weeks as well. So we grinding. Out here. Let's get it. Boom. Shout out Yayo on the check-in. Shout out So Much Soul on the check-in. Appreciate you, sir. All right. Shout out to Velez in his powdered nose costume.
No, mommy's wait.
All right. Hold on. There's something else that I got to bring up in here. Boom. Let's get it. Hopefully, El Tubo will send out more notifications, and we'll see how that goes, man. Because they've been holding me back around this motherfucker, man. They've been talking to me crazy. Just handing out candy. No trick-or-treating tonight. Nice. What kind of candy you got going on over there? Had my kids dress up like Toy Story aliens, and me and wifey did Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. That's dope, man. Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. What aliens you talking about? The aliens from the claw machine and shit? That's hilarious. Salute to y'all. Hope y'all having a great Halloween. It's a good time for the children. Salute 298. Shout out So Much Soul. All right. couple of things I want to cover. We'll probably get to cover that, get an update on that Tom Aspinall eyeball situation too. We'll see how time allows. All right, let me get this popping. Boom. Let me get this popping. And we should be gravy, baby. Yeah, those aliens. That's fucking funny. Salutes. Dope shit. All right, y'all. Last live stream, we spoke about Griller Nuts put out a video saying that El Yoma's sister's house got gunned up. They didn't have much information. They sold it with that line. Then it was a very small video of bullet holes in a wall of a house. They told us where it was at or whatever and showed it. And they said it wasn't confirmed. And I said, oh, we hear a lot of things on the internet. That could have been anybody's house. What do we know? Us personally. All right, the people over there doing this shit, they know. What do we know? So I didn't pay too much mind. So, they supposedly, quote unquote, shot up Yoma's sister's house. So that's kind of close, why is the family still there in the middle of this war? I guess it's where you live, right? They probably should have got out of Dodge. Well, now, today, I feel like it's a little bit more valid. And I feel like things are getting much tighter in this war, much closer to home for these people. And they've officially been knocking down family homes. And supposedly, Pocha, I'll say it and edit it out later, Chapo'S mom's house, right? His mother who's resting in peace, who's no longer on this plane of existence. His mom's house was shot up. Pocha's mom's house was shot up, supposedly, allegedly. So we're going to cover that. I'm going to play that story. I'm going to translate that situation right there. And we'll see. But what I've been seeing is a lot of people flipping from the pizza side to the hat side. All right, from the chapisa to the maíza. I've been seeing a lot of reports of that. Not many the other way around, if any. And it's looking like this war is ramping up as far as that goes. Maybe I'm wrong. We thought we'd see an end to this, or some of us thought we'd see an end to this earlier than what we're seeing right now. It's either going to end soon or it's just going to go as long as we thought it would. Some of us thought it would. But we've heard of the alliances. The pizza's aligned with the 4 letters, CJ and G. And the maíza's aligned with the Zetas, or a faction of the Zetas. And people are making their alliances and people are jumping ship and flipping. This is just a little message to everybody that want to come talk to me about loyalties and, he should have stood down and he should have stood tall. It's the criminal world. People are as loyal as their living situation. People are as loyal as how long their life is on the line and how real it gets. Because all that loyalty got them flipped to the other side. When people are backed in a corner, they're going to flip on you. Miss me with, we laughed, we played, we hugged. We was homies. That was my friend. They were your friend for the time being. But when the shit get thick and it's about to hit the fan, miss me with the friendship talk. They bounced. Miss me with that there's loyalty in the game. Not even in the movies. Not even in the movies. No honor amongst thieves. Cut the bullshit. Maybe some of these guys had the opportunity, some of these guys that are no longer with us from this war, Maybe some of them had the opportunity to flip sides and didn't. Maybe. Or maybe they just didn't get the opportunity and they was the ones that ended up smoked. I mean? But miss me with there's loyalty. And, you know, disposable soldier is a disposable soldier no matter what side they on. All right? Like a baseball team. You take off their uniform and you switch it out, same shit. Hit the like button. I agree. If you look up La Tuna on Apple Maps, it shows the same house where the drone dropped the explosives. Yeah, that's what they said. It was an explosive was dropped from a drone over there. They have that place as a landmark with a phone number to it and all. What's the number? We got the number? We could call that number? What's the number about? Shit, hackers get your phone number. It's crazy. All right. But with that said, let's take this and knock this down. Boom. Let's switch from this to this. Boom. Let's get it.
La violencia continúa imparable en el estado de Sinaloa. Esta tarde sujetos armados atacaron a balazos y tumbaron el portón de una residencia en la colonia Las Quintas.
So this is the sister. This is the sister's house. Supposedly, allegedly. This is the sister of Yoma's house. We saw this video. We didn't pay it much mind because they said they were unconfirmed reports. And then they immediately switched to another video of somebody spitting all their rhetoric and tearing down a garage door somewhere else. So I was like, I'm not going to pay no mind. It's not confirmed. And they clickbaited everyone. What's the point, right? But this is that house.
Culiacán. La vivienda se encuentra en la calle Ciudad de Puebla, casi esquina con la avenida Jicoténcatl. Tras los hechos, las paredes quedaron dañadas por decenas de impactos de bala mientras que los portones quedaron
It's
destruidos.
self-explanatory. I don't even have to. I already did on the last video. I don't even have to translate what he's talking about. It got shot up from the top to the bottom.
El hecho se registró poco después de las 16 horas. La zona fue resguardada por elementos militares, sin que se reportaran personas fallecidas.
All right, but it seems like that right there opened the door to other things. Open the door to more. All right, you guys want to hit family homes? All right, we'll hit some family homes. Let's hit some family homes real quick. Boom.
When launching your membership, timing is everything. Last year, creators on
Ninguna autoridad se ha pronunciado sobre las imágenes que circulan en redes sociales.
Shout out Tone Loc on the check-in. Salutes to you, sir. Appreciate you. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all.
En la cruenta guerra que sostienen los Guzmán, los Zambada y sus respectivos aliados, se han suscitado desde profanación de tumbas, ataques a cenotafios y viviendas vinculadas a las facciones.
Yeah, I think it's been past personal. Once you start knocking down, you know, burial sites and tombs and crypts and stuff, it's safe to say everything's off the table. Why not go to family's house? Now, I'm surprised it took so long for us to hear about these famous homes or these homes of these famous people being attacked. Very surprising.
Los Zambada y sus respectivos aliados se han suscitado desde profanación de tumbas, ataques a cenotafios y viviendas vinculadas a las facciones en disputa. Aunado a ello, la violencia continúa escalando en medio de cruentos enfrentamientos.
All right, the violence is continuing to escalate. They've gone as far as knocking down tombs and stuff already.
Desapariciones y otros hechos violentos.
There's been violent acts. There's been shootouts. There's been people being snatched. All these things are happening.
Como lo hemos venido informando en notas recientes, uno de esos campos de batalla en donde actualmente se están registrando diversos hechos violentos es el municipio de Badiraguato, donde la casa que...
As we've reported before, one of the places where some of these big battles are happening and these horrible acts of war are happening is in Badiraguato.
habitaba la madre ya fallecida del Chapo Guzmán,
where the mother who passed away recently of Pocha resided.
doña Consuelo Loera, fue atacada con un dron cargado de explosivos. De acuerdo
The house was attacked with a drone loaded with explosives. That's crazy.
con videos que circulan en los grupos de Telegram y en cuentas de la red social X, el ataque al domicilio se habría registrado recientemente, sin que hasta el momento haya información oficial al respecto, pues
Said there hasn't been any official reports, but Reddit and other social media report that it happened.
videos que circulan en los grupos de
So
Telegram
it gotta be true.
y en cuentas de la red social X, el ataque al domicilio se habría registrado recientemente, sin que hasta el momento haya información oficial al respecto, pues ninguna autoridad se ha pronunciado sobre las imágenes que circulan en redes sociales, ni sobre los daños que pudo provocar el ataque recientemente, sin que hasta el momento la red social X, el ataque al domicilio se habría registrado recientemente, sin que hasta el momento haya información oficial al respecto, pues ninguna autoridad se ha pronunciado sobre las imágenes que circulan en redes sociales, ni sobre los daños que pudo provocar.
Oh, okay. I guess they're looking at a hole in the top of that shit. So wait, they videotaped them. They videotaped themselves sending the drone over there and blowing a hole through the roof? That looks like a hole right there. A big ass hole. Pause.
Provocar el artefacto explosivo. Este hecho fue geolocalizado por el usuario.
Geolocation. Undated video shows a dronero, likely of the Bartella Wasava, bombing a house in La Tuna, Sinaloa, the birthplace of Pocha, currently held by his brother El Guano. Now, didn't El Guano say, if you cross this bridge, if you touch my land, if you get close to anything that got to do with anything, I'm on your ass. Remember, he sent out that message. Well, and he said he had no alliances. He was on his own shit. Well, they was like, yeah, whatever.
This is Sparta!
We'll drop a drone on your ass.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
This house is notable for having once belonged to Maria Consuelo Loera, the deceased mother of El Guano and El Pocha, and grandmother of the Chapo'S. La Tuna, Badiraguato, Sinaloa. All right.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Shout out SD Mexican Mike on the check-in. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for coming through.
Alipon en su cuenta de la red social X. Un
Yeah,
video
so he filming, or is he looking at it? Or does it show him bombing the house? We got to find the video now.
sin fecha muestra a un
If
dronero
anybody knows where that video would be easily found, drop it in the Discord for me. If not, we go hunting for it. Let's see what we got right here.
probablemente del cartel de Guasave, bombardeando una casa en La Tuna, Sinaloa, lugar de nacimiento de El Chapo, actualmente en poder de su hermano El Guano.
Jalipón, what is that? That's on Instagram, or where is that? That's Twitter?
Esta casa es notable por haber pertenecido a María Consuelo Loera, la difunta madre de El Guano y El Chapo, y abuela de los Chapitos. La Tuna, Badiraguato, Sinaloa, publicó el usuario.
Oh shit, it is the video.
Pues su puta madre que...
Alright, so that's not a big hole because they just dropped whatever they was going to drop. You can see it right here. It looks like a pack of Mentos or some shit. We're going to drop it in somebody's soda. This is the only video I've seen. They're the ones controlling the drone. They just dropped something. I want to see it pop.
Abuela de los Chapitos. La Tuna, Badiraguato, Sinaloa, publicó el usuario antes referido.
Pues su puta madre que... ¿Qué lo pague tú? Sácalo puta. Tiene que tronar,
Que yo preferí.
Caí un ladito, cabrón. Casi donde viene estando la puerta, en la entrada de la casa.
I didn't see shit.
Pues su puta madre que... ¿Qué lo pague tú? Sácalo puta. Tiene que tronar,
En los grupos de Telegram.
I still ain't see shit, man. For all I know, they dropped a pack of Mentos into somebody's 2 liter of pop. I ain't see nothing explode, nothing. But again, they are far away. It's probably a small explosive. But I don't see it. I don't see shit.
En los grupos de Telegram atribuidos a la facción.
That was anticlimactic. Bullshit drone, man. Shout out Ed the Hip Hop Guru on the check-in. Salutes. It doesn't hit the house. Top right, outside of the house. Can you see something when it happens? Let me see. Oh, I think I seen it. Even they're like, man, they ain't do shit. Yeah, it ain't a big explosion. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be a big explosion. I mean, enough to see, I figured. But guess not. No flame, nothing. There ain't gonna be no flame, but.
Justifican el ataque señalando que es en represalia por el ataque.
Justify the attack with this one. The sister of Yoma. It's getting hot. It's getting hot.
Vivienda de una de las hijas del Mayo Zambada ocurrida en la colonia Las.
Oh no, not the sister. Sorry, the daughter. Oh shit, even worse, boy. Not even the sister. The daughter of Yoma's house. Hit the daughter's house, then they hit the mama's house. Shit's crazy right now, boy. They out of pocket. It ain't a big explosion. Shout out Eddie Jimenez on the check-in. Appreciate you, sir. Happy Trico 3. Shout out Zoraida. To answer your question all late, handing out paletas de chile, chacachacas, pulparindos, pelones. Psh, I had no clue what none of that is. M&M's, Snickers, Reese's, Kit Kats, Airheads, Nerds, etc. Put all the Reese's to the side. Those are mine, right? All my girls, they already know to put the Reese's to the side. Be like, hey, man, what you got over there, man? You got some Reese's over there? Reese's the winner. I got to try the new Oreo cookie Reese's. Right? I just gave away my fat ambitions. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Salutes. We just hanging out.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
So, boom. They hit the daughter's house. They hit the mother's house. It's heating up. And a lot of turncoats happening. Let me ask you another thing. And shout out Shannon. Shannon said, when you're looking at triple-digit sentence and you were betrayed, it's a whole different game. Here's my question. All these guys that flip sides, when this war's quote-unquote over, they don't got to, they ain't worried that, again, with all these alliances and fake alliances, I feel like the moment's over for one group, everybody going to turn around and start pointing hammers at each other. But you did what you did. You saved your skin for another day. Miss me with the loyalty and bullshit.
En Culiacán, la cual fue vandalizada y baleada con armas de grueso calibre el pasado 23 de octubre. María Consuelo Loera Pérez falleció en diciembre de 2023 a los 94 años en un hospital privado de Culiacán, tras complicaciones derivadas de secuelas de COVID-19. El inmueble conocido como la Casa Rosa destaca por su sencillez, con habitaciones austeras, un patio con macetas, un kiosco personal
They're just describing the lay of the land.
Y una capilla vinculada a la Iglesia Apostólica de la Fe en Cristo Jesús. La residencia tiene importancia simbólica dentro de la estructura familiar de los Guzmán, lo que podría explicar.
It says the building has a familial meaning deep inside of it. I don't know, maybe they got a tomb in there and a couple shrines or whatever.
Su relevancia en el conflicto entre los grupos antagónicos. En otro de los videos que también circulan en los grupos de Telegram, se observa a integrantes de los músicos Chapo y Sidro lanzar otro explosivo sobre un vehículo perteneciente a la gente del Guano Calabazas, en algún punto cercano de la tumba.
Jeez. Drop a bomb on a whip.
I saw that one. Oh, he's like, I almost got their ass. Ooh, hit the back of it. Bruh, these fools is becoming super, what's the word? Super surgical with these drones, man. Shit.
Otra vivienda que fue vandalizada e incendiada, por segunda ocasión, este pasado lunes, 27 de octubre, en el residencial Alameda del Desarrollo Urbano Tres Ríos, presuntamente pertenece a Freddy Angulo Soto alias El Yuco, antiguo operador de los Chapitos ahora asociado con la facción de Fausto Isidro Mesa Flores El Chapo Isidro, aliados del Mallito Flaco, de acuerdo con información del usuario Crux 1469 en su cuenta de
So Chapo Isidro is on the Mica side. This is another Chapo, those guys that they burned up his crib. Barely missed it. But I don't know. I think it hit the back of it. I don't know. I gotta take a closer look.
Red social X. Sujetos armados llegaron al lugar a bordo de vehículos.
Shout out 323G on the check-in. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. Facts. It's the peanut butter. But let's say CJ&G is a lot more accurate with the drone drops, bro. These fools is like snapshot, dropping bombas on motherfuckers.
Los de modelo reciente impactaron el portón con un vehículo para ingresar y prendieron fuego en la planta baja del inmueble. La vivienda estaba deshabitada, por lo que no se registraron personas fallecidas ni lesionadas. Meses atrás había sido incendiada y vandalizada de forma similar.
They've reached the point of repetition.
Durante este pasado fin de semana.
They got some rocha over here though. I seen him. I spotted him. You see him at the bottom? Hit the like button, y'all. We found Rocha, man. He's doing something. He's talking to somebody. Vamos a ver. We're gonna let I was about to stop this video, but you know, whenever there's a sighting of Bigfoot or Littlefoot, you gotta pay attention. Shit.
Como parte de los resultados de la Operación Frontera Norte, el Gabinete de Seguridad Federal informó que se logró el aseguramiento de precursores que podrían haber producido hasta 11.623 millones de pesos en drogas sintéticas.
FediWap precursor. And they keep finding labs. I feel like I keep seeing the same pictures of these labs.
Según el informe difundido por el gobierno federal, los operativos se realizaron en Badiraguato y Culiacán. Se localizó e inhabilitó un laboratorio clandestino y un área de concentración de material diverso para la fabricación de drogas sintéticas. Se aseguraron 36.650 litros y 5.700 kilos de sustancias para la elaboración de metanfetamina, 28 reactores de síntesis orgánica, 28 destiladores, 6 centrifugadoras, 42 quemadores y 90 tanques de gas LP. La afectación económica a la delincuencia organizada es de 11.623 millones de pesos, cita el informe.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
Hold on, y'all. I'm just...
Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft...
Finalmente y sin abundancia.
It looks like it hit the back, but I mean, they just missed the middle to do some real damage. No, yeah. I'm surprised they hit the back. You know what I'm saying? I am surprised they hit the back like that. Like, that's crazy. You know? I've flown drones. I've filmed with drones. And I couldn't imagine, you know, dropping something. You don't know if the wind going to catch it, where the wind's going to catch it, how the wind's going to catch it. But nevertheless, it's caught.
En los hechos violentos en localidades de Badiraguato, el gobernador Rubén Rocha Moya informó que...
And mind you, if you're going to hit something with a drone, that shit's at the top of a mountain right there. Boom. You get up in one of these other mountains and that's it. Fly over. Boom. This whole shit got to be theirs. This whole mountaintop. The whole mountain itself. The whole town probably. The whole tuna. They tearing up each other's family homes, though. I mean, it's not out of pocket for them to tear up each other's family homes. They tear up each other's family cemeteries. Stop. Cut the bullshit.
No mommy's wake.
Once you've reached that level, there is no, going too far.
Guato, el gobernador Rubén Rocha Moya informó que resultado de los operativos del grupo interinstitucional, se han decomisado algunos de los drones que son utilizados por los grupos del crimen organizado. El mandatario estatal señaló que el desplazamiento de familias que se trasladaron a otras comunidades del municipio o hacia la capital del estado, han sido atendidas desde la Secretaría de Bienestar y Desarrollo Sustentable. Destacó que en las mesas de seguridad se abordan siempre
I'm just waiting for them to say something interesting I can translate. Give me a sec. I'm waiting for them to get to our boy in Rocha.
estrategias en diferentes zonas del estado, incluyendo la situación en Badiraguato, así como en Tepuche, en donde se cuenta con la presencia de elementos de los 3 órdenes de gobierno.
Ahí ha habido,
Mira, look, we got him. He look like he lying right now. He look like he telling a lie right now. I thought La Tuna was a nasty prison. You know, it's the hometown of Pocha.
Y por eso se nos...
Órdenes de gobierno.
Ahí ha habido, y por eso se nos dio un fenómeno repentino de desplazamiento.
Yo, remember when he said nothing to see here? Nothing happened. Beginning of the war. Nothing. For those that don't know, this is the governor of Sinaloa where this war is taking place. Nothing happening. No. And she said, how about the attacks in Badiraguato? And he said, yeah, there have been some attacks there. It sounds like he's changing his tune a little bit over here. Yeah, we got the road. Roach is up in the chat, man. We found our boy. We found our boy, Rocha.
Oye, ¿y el Rocha? ¿Y el Rocha? Bueno, ¿y el Rocha? Y los tuvimos, lo hemos estado atendiendo en Badiraguato y aquí. Algunos que se han venido acá y tenemos un registro de tanto los que están en Badiraguato como acá. Pero eso ya ha sido atendido. Hay un operativo allá, se han decomisado muchos drones. Sí, en efecto, sí estaban usando el drone y la gente le tenía...
He said, yeah, some shit been going on over there. They've been using drones and people been reporting shit. I was sure JC was saying that was the one he was at. Well, quite possible. I'm sure they have a prison or something. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the name of it. But I know it's the name of a town for sure.
Que la reconozco, insisto.
He said, what?
Allá se han decomisado muchos drones. Sí, en efecto, sí estaban usando el drone y la gente le tenía miedo al drone.
And people are afraid of the drone. Yeah, no, people are afraid of the dude behind the drone, bro. The drone, if it's sitting on top of your dresser, ain't bothering nobody. It's the dude that's strapping a pipe bomb to that shit. That's the dude that's a problem.
Que la reconozco, insisto, reconozco lo que es la responsabilidad nuestra como gobierno, que somos obligados a darle seguridad a la gente, por supuesto, a la sociedad, para que mejor se desempeñen todavía en estas tareas importantes. Tenemos en que Mazatlán bajó en la percepción de inseguridad, bajó un 19%.
See, this guy's a jerk off. He's like every other politician. He's saying that we've calmed down the people's fears in Mazatlan by a certain percentage. He's talking percentages in the mix of this shit, of insecurity, of people feeling more secure in their... Come on, man. There's a war going on over there that you seem to have something to do with. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly. That you seem to be in bed with these guys that's at war, allegedly. With the guys that snatched Yoma. And you over here talking politics. He's like, hey, man, we knocked down the insecurities in Mazatlan by 19%. Shut your goof ass up, man.
No, mommy's wake.
En la percepción.
The perception of insecurity, we brought it down.
De inseguridad bajó un 19%.
19%. Shut your bitch ass up, man.
Go home and get your fucking shine box.
Hey, we don't need to hear all that shit, man.
Too much information and shit. Bullshit.
Y los Monchis bajó en la percepción de inseguridad.
Look, he's saying about all kind of places in the country, how they brought down the fear rate in people. Shut your ass up. Shut out Shannon. The dude arming it with C4. The dude giving them the somehow, because they have access, the Chapo'S had access to C4, a C4, I forget the word, but it's, a headquarters where they could see all the governmental cameras in the towns and shit. I wonder how they got that, man. I don't know. Man, what do I know? I don't know shit. He's talking bullshit, though.
Bullshit.
Ahí le pegaron una revolcada, pero no es eso. A ver. Los nueces bajó más en la percepción de inseguridad.
Dice que en junio el 30% y en septiembre el 19%.
I don't want to hear you talk about no fucking percentages, bro.
Por ciento.
Ajá. Ah, bueno.
Cuarto lugar de nacional.
Por cierto que...
Listen, his granddaughter was just attacked. Okay? And he chalked that up to some kind of coincidence or some shit. That's no coinky dink, my friend. That's no coinky dink. That shit was for you. Little girl could have been lost. But you still up here, carifresco, talking to the people. He's not corrupt, not at all, not a little bit. It's good.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
La ciudad de los Mochis es la cuarta ciudad más confiable en términos de seguridad a nivel nacional. Cuarta. A ver, esta encuesta de que se hace.
He talking about, he's in Sinaloa, the governor of Sinaloa, talking about all these other places, how all these other places feel safer now. Yeah, they're safer than your place. They're safer in the place that you run, motherfucker. What are we talking about here? You talking bullshit if you ask me. Right? Crazy.
Se llama encuesta en el medio urbano destacado, sobresaliente, importante.
Alright, shut the fuck up, man. You just talking bullshit.
No, mommy's wake.
Get your ass out of here, man. Just running his fucking jaws. Y'all still think this fool gave the Chapo'S the C4 code? Shit, the Chapo'S gave him. So why is it so out of this world if it's one hand washes the other then? Why are we crazy for thinking that he gave him the C4 code? Now, I don't think it was just him. Do I think that it's possible that he can open doors for something like that to happen? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But this, what you just said, or you saying, are you asking? Y'all still think this fool gave Chapito C4 code? Shit, the Chapo'S gave him the governor tude. Yeah, it's one hand wash the other hand, These guys are hand jobbing each other all over the place. All right, they're brothers, friends. But what they didn't do was protect the granddaughter. If they did, his security wouldn't have got popped. But yeah, he definitely got what it takes to help them get part of that C4 code to that to them cameras. It ain't outrageous to think. I mean, what would we believe quicker? That a governor plugged with a criminal organization will help them out with the C4 code, right? Or that he would be part of a plot that would take the life of another politician and take a renowned, untouchable, Godfather type criminal and help and get him snatched and flown across border across the border to the U.S. and turned over to authorities. Which one is more believable? Shit. It seems like both of them happened. The fuck is going on here, man? That's the plot of a crazy ass movie right there. You know what I mean? That's bananas. I want to delve into where he was when that went down, because they keep saying he wasn't around. I know JP be like, he claimed this and he did that. I think JP knows about it more than I do, but this guy's outside. This guy's like, hey, now he's outside. We ain't seen him in a long time, but today we found him.
Oye, ¿y el Rocha? ¿Y el Rocha? Bueno, ¿y el Rocha?
Last time I saw him like this, where he was outside and he was talking to people, was right before they did that whole parade and ran up in his office. And then after that, the only time I heard from him was when his granddaughter's, what's it called, got run up on. And now he's back, talking a bunch of nothing. Talking a bunch of nothing. Let's just take a look at this. Jesus. Crazy headline right there. Oh, now they're in the Pacific blowing up boats. We're going to have to talk about that. Let's see. I just want to take a look at something here. We could read this article quickly. I just want y'all to see, though, what I've been noticing in a lot of different places is I can't find the ones that I was looking for, but just a lot of people jumping ship from one side to the other. And I see it only going one way. 4 scumbags arrested. It was probably on another site. But let's get to this one here. Well, ya que estamos aquí. Guasava Bartel droneros bomb El Pocha's mother's house in La Tuna, Badiraguato, Sinaloa. Governor Ruben Rocha Moya confirmed that drone attacks have been reported in the highlands of Badiraguato municipality, specifically in the town of La Tuna, the hometown of Pocha. The footage of the attack recorded by the droneros themselves was geolocated to confirm that the house being bombed was in fact the home of his late mother, Maria Consuelo Loera Perez, grandmother to Los Chapo'S. In an interview with the media, Governor Rocha Moya confirmed that there was a displacement of residents from that area and other mountainous areas of Culiacan because of the drone attacks. Well, what do you expect? Yeah, people are going to ride out. They're not going to sit around and wait. Because see, just like they missed, you see how they missed Velez and it was just a little bit off to the right? And then you see how they missed the car and just hit the back? Well, they could miss by a whole lot and knock your whole shit down and you had nothing to do with nothing. See if this, I can see it better here. Yeah, on this video I can't really tell.
Cayó un ladito, cabrón. Casi donde viene estando la puerta, en la entrada de la casa.
That was some sucker shit for real. Which one? What are we talking about? There's so much. There's an ongoing operation. There's an operation going on there, and that's why we had a sudden phenomenon of displacement. That's not a fucking phenomenon, man. All right? There's bombs falling out the sky. I got to go. I will holler. Peace. I'm out. What do you think? I'm going to stick around?
Shit.
No. Got to go. And we've been addressing it from Badiraguato and from here. We have a record of those who are in Badiraguato as well as here, but that has already been taken care of. There's an operation going on there. Many drones have been confiscated and people were afraid of them. He's saying a bunch of nothing. You got a record? Get the fuck out of here. According to the video, the dronero or drone operators directing the attack on a home of Aureliano Usman Loera El Pocha's brother, who is known as El Guano, who controls the region. Well, he said, don't step in our shit. And y'all stepped. They're going to be canvassing those mountains. All those soldiers he had on that bridge. All right, but it's heating up. They're going after, again, it's nothing. Once you go after the cemeteries, what's going after the house? But they're going after the strongholds. Everybody's stronghold, trying to tear it down. I want to know what the fuck. Okay, it's a horse. I was like, yo, what is this right here? It's a horse just chilling. Does a horse piss where she pleases? But it's heating up, man. It's heating up. It is heating up. It is heating up. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I expect more people's homes, people close to the situation, people, family members' homes. We got a daughter, we got a mother's house, and a brother. A dude that said he was gonna stay out of it. He don't want no problems, but he's with the shit. If you want to get down, we'll get down. Basically, is what he's on. You know what I mean? But he's like, stay off my shit. I ain't fucking with y'all. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. All right, man. Unless you got something to say about this particular story, we're going to move on. We've already been here an hour. How the hell did that happen? All right. It's all good. Time flies when you're doing hood rat stuff with your friends.
I want to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
298. No Halloween costumes, bro? Poppin'. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Just expect more houses of people that are known to the game to be hit. Nothing is off limits. Nothing. Women, children, churches, whatever. Expect it to go down. All right. Shout out Tere on the check-in. Salutes. Expect it to go down, because go down it shall, and it will. Get this back here. Bam. You only an hour late. No worries. Replay gang is always on time. Think about it, man. These are little kids dropping these bombs. Listen to those voices. Those are the voices of kids, man. Those voices might be wiped out of existence at any moment. Quite possible. You never know. You never know. We know, though, nothing is sacred at this point. Not a damn thing. What you think? They won't snatch a kid from a school? What is the family doing with their young right now? Do they send them to school? Do they homeschool them? How is this working in the midst of this war when you know you got teenagers up in the mountain trying to drop a drone on you? What's to say that they won't drop a drone on you going to get your kid from school? Or just blow your kid's school up just cause. Evidently, that car that they dropped the bomb from, what, was by a church or something, or headed to a church? I don't know. He was turning the corner rather slowly. Don't know if he was aware of the drone in the sky that knocked his ass loose. But it's a crazy game, boy. Crazy game right there. They got a daughter's house. They got the mama's house. We'll see how that goes. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Knock this down. Stop this. Stop that. Shout out to 298. Now I'm in the crib for the night. My son with his mama. And to be honest, Halloween is the devil's holiday, so I don't participate. All right. Salutes. All right. I think tax day is the devil's holiday. I think there's a lot of devil's holidays, man. More than just that one. But salutes. Rocha came out. He got to talk about it, man. Rocha, you can't just pop out and not talk about what's going on with Pocha's mama's house. Come on, man. Tweaking. Shout out there, the same kids only celebrate at school and dress girly. Salutes. Was this the 170 people? Hold on. No, probably not. I know there was a human trafficking bust of like 170 people or some crazy shit that I saw the Alaskan Avenger talking about, but I'm not sure exactly what it was. Not sure exactly what it was. Again, hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Wow. Hit the buttons, hit all the buttons. I don't know if that hype feature's still up. Hype videos. Hit all the like buttons, all that shit. Boom. Wow. Before I move on to the story that I had planned next. No, Higgins feel like they get a pass. Everybody's masked up. I agree. Devil's night indeed. I told you I was gonna come on camera with the mask, but if I would have put the mask on before I spoke on the mic, y'all would have heard, and y'all known already. So that shit, I was like, there's no surprise in that. Shout out Raven on the check-in. Happy Friday, bro and family. Salutes, present or here, as we used to say in school, for attendance. Salutes to you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, Raven. Hope you're having a good night. But no, 298, you on the right path. You on the right vibes, bro. In the crib. Motherfuckers outside trying it tonight. 4th of July and Halloween. 4th of July because you can't hear a thing. Halloween because you can't see a thing. And all of the Coronita, during the whole Coronita, everybody masked up. All right. Shout out Eddie Jimenez. I told my students they were getting a pizza party for Halloween. At the end of the day, I reminded them about trick or treat and how they got the trick. That's fucked up.
No, mommy's weak.
They should, boy, that shit wouldn't have flown. That shit's funny. Let's get it. I want to check this out real quick because this fool's still blowing up shit all over the place. We got another one. We got to document these blown up boats. This is what? 12? One more with it. One more with it. Start this up. Let's get it. U.S. strikes on alleged rug boats shift to Pacific Ocean, one near Mexico. All right, he's been blowing up shit. What? Central America, and in Central America, and in what's it called? The Caribbean. Now he's moved to the Pacific, right? Manifest Destiny. All of it. Coming for all of it. On the 28th of October, the United States Secretary of War, which is so stupid. This is we live in such a nut hugger time, bro. It's crazy. These guys are living their fucking little green soldier fantasies and shit. I'm not the Secretary of Defense. I'm the Secretary of War.
This is Sparta!
Right? And then you got Trompita. Huh? I'm the big carrot. I'm the big orange man. These guys are superheroes now. He's the Secretary of War. Not the Secretary of Defense. Nah. Secretary of War. Bunch of dorks. Y'all let a bunch of dorks take over the country. But shy, it's because you're a liberal. Both sides ain't shit to me. Miss me with the bullshit. All right. Shout out my brother Oso on the check-in. Salute to you, sir. Thank you for being here. The Secretary of War announced it conducted strikes against 4 boats allegedly trafficking rugs in the Eastern Pacific, unaliving a total of 14 alleged traffickers. The strike left 1 survivor who the Mexican Navy unsuccessfully attempted to rescue at the request of the U.S. Coast Guard. Listen, these are small boats, bro. There's 14 guys on there with all the work. Sure, that's not 14 guys fishing for something, some ocean fish. Stop. Just blow it up with the work, contaminate the water. This guy's, listen, miss me with the bullshit. I ain't believed since the first boat. And the people that voted for this shit are going to be like, he's doing great things. Look at this. Look at these boats, bro. 14 guys on a boat. First boat was 11 guys, and they had 75 million worth of this or that. Come on, man. Miss me with this bullshit, man. It's too much bullshit, man.
Bullshit.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said in her morning news conference, "We do not agree with these interventions. We have a model, a protocol that has given many results. Mexico ain't one for much results." She stated that she asked the United States to coordinate with Mexican authorities to detain alleged traffickers instead of striking them. She stated that while the strike was near Mexico, it was in international waters. The video of the 4 boat strikes was shared on the Secretary of War, Pete Bigot, Twitter. The following day, Sheinbaum met with the U.S. Ambassador Ronald Johnson and top Mexican officials to discuss the event, later describing the meeting as cordial while disagreeing with the strikes. The Trompito administration has destroyed 15 alleged rug trafficking boats since early September. 15 in 2 months. 15. I don't buy that they're destroying pipelines. I don't buy it. The attack started on the Caribbean Sea, mostly near Venezuela. The strike occurred 400 miles southwest of Acapulco, the closest strike to Mexico so far. This strike occurred 400 miles southwest of Acapulco, the closest strike to Mexico so far. In the initial weeks of the strikes, most occurred in the Caribbean Sea. Now, the regional scope has shifted. Out of 8 strikes since the 21st of October, 7 have occurred in the Pacific Ocean. The U.S. is most likely using Reaper MQ-9 drones to target the boats. All right? He's just blowing up fishing boats, man. Why would they use all those weapons? Because public relations, that's the marketing budget. Alleged boats destroyed per week. 1, 2, 3, 5. Wow. Latin American leaders have been mostly quiet about the attacks, with the exception of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, and now Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, who have voiced disagreement with the attacks. Within the United States, some politicians have called the attacks unconstitutional, violating due process. Everything this administration has done has been actively violating due process and questioning the evidence used to determine whether a boat is carrying narcotics or not. Despite the objections, the strikes remain popular among American voters. American voters are monsters. They are the filth that they claim to be fighting against. They're out for blood. Rawr, that's why they like having, he's President War, sounds so cool. Do you support or oppose the U.S. destroying boats bringing rugs into the United States from South America? 71% yes. I mean, well, are they bringing rugs? That's the question. For those that don't know why I call them that, because I have to speak in code on this channel. Right? The combined popularity of the strikes, minimal pushback from Latin American leaders, and Trumpito's confidence following the Gaza-Israel deal. What deal? Make it a certainty that the strikes will continue, increase in pace, and likely target Venezuelan land soon. He's invading countries in the name of the narcos. He's wilding. I don't believe these are rug boats, man. Fuck is 14 dudes doing on that boat? What, they got one key? Stop it. I'm going to put up a poll again. Let's put up a poll real quick. Are these boats drug boats? Or any boat will do? I'm going to put, are they drug boats or lies? No, are they drug boats or not? I'll just put not drug boats. Poll is up. Get your vote in. You can't say for certain they are not. Can't say for certain they are. When you're doing everything against the rules, there's no checks and balances, and you can do whatever you want. You can put a guy in a mask and put him in front of a microphone and say, hey, say that you're this, that, and the other, and make us look good. Hey, we got a marketing budget. Let's use these drones and blow up these boats so everybody can see how tough we are, how the Secretary of War and El Presidente is handling shit. So yeah, can't say for certain they're not. Can't say for certain they are, as far as I'm concerned. Why? Because usually when they are, people are arrested They put all the dope out on the tables. They do their PR like that. That ain't their PR no more. Blow up all the evidence. Nothing to see here.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
Used to be motherfuckers went to jail.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail.
Used to be they went to jail, but now it just blow up the boat.
Your services are no longer needed in the community.
Some people say, yeah, that's how it should be. Yeah, if they're getting the bad guy. But if there's a chance that they didn't get the bad guy and they got one not bad guy, or 14 or 35 of them, it's a bad play, man. It's not good. That's my thoughts. But a lot of y'all believe that it's rug boats. All right, get your votes in. Get your votes in. Me, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Just blowing shit up. I believe that as much as, you know, they threw his body in the ocean talking. 9/11 talking. It's just, there's conspiracy theories that are no longer conspiracy theories, and we still buy them. So it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. We have 50-50 on this poll right here. When the poll ends, I'll move on to the next subject. I'll give the poll 5 minutes. It's 2 minutes in, I'll give it 5 minutes. Can't say they're for certain they're not. Yeah, can't say they are either. There's something we're not hearing. We heard the cries of one sister, of a survivor of one of these boat bombings, who was let free by the police. Because they're like, I don't know why the U.S. government dropped the bomb on you anyway. Where are all these bodies? Where's the people from all these bodies? Who are these people that you're blowing up? Do they have records? That guy, the survivor, supposedly did. They still let him out of jail. And your record don't mean everything all the time. But come on, you're blowing up all the evidence. You're blowing up the people. 14 guys on a boat plus 80 million in dope. 14 guys on that little boat right there. Why? Did they have fishing poles? This is my question. That's the question, huh? All right, 50% say, 57% say not rug boats. Let me see. We're 4 minutes in. 1 minute left on the poll. It's never been about rug boats with Venezuela. Now it's with everybody, though. Now he's just chest out. Him and the Secretary of War. America. Fuck yeah. Bunch of dorks with names and shit. My name is Warlord. Get it? Shut your dumb ass up. How you gonna blow up a boat and not arrest any survivors? Just blow it up and then send the drone home. What? I don't know. It's never been about drug boats with Venezuela. Nah, he want to get in there. Listen, you see, they're already talking about land. Walking in on land. What? That's called occupying a country. That's called war. Maybe that's why you got a Secretary of War. Super tough guy. I don't know. Some people say the Secretary of War got racist tattoos and shit. I don't doubt it. He wants to be the Secretary of War. Y'all ever watch Sons of Anarchy? You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Henry Rollins' character in Sons of Anarchy. That's who the Secretary of War reminds me of. Right? Let me see if I look him up real quick. He looked like Henry Rollins' character.
Velas408 sent $9.99 on YouTube. Pala said.
Pala said, salutes to Velez for the $9.99 super chat. For Cerveza. Pala said. Alright? Can't be thirsty over here. This guy was salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Bow, bow, bow. Salutes to you. Hold on, I gotta fix this. 1 sec. Bow this. No. Don't those. Right. No, not that one. Oh no, it's the highlight. There you go. That's better. At least you can see the whole thing. I think. Let me see. Barely. Hold on. Nope. I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. Bow, salutes Velez. I appreciate you, sir. All right, let's end this poll. %57 say not rug boats. All right, very close poll. 43 to 57. Very close. I ain't buying it, man. I am not buying it. Gotta figure out why it's cutting off the bottom of your little banner right there. It's for another day. It's the least of our problems. We've done good so far with the new setup. Gravy. But I'm not buying it. Not buying it. Oh, Henry Rollins. That's what I was looking for. This fucking guy right here. This is when I hear Secretary of War, that's what I think about that. I think about this guy right here when I see him. Our Secretary of War, Pete Bigot guy, whatever his name is. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. I think about this guy when I see him. You know what I mean? That's what he reminds me of. Henry Rollins' character in Sons of Anarchy. Alright? Boom. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Let me grab my beer real quick. And we'll move on to the next topic of discussion. Alright? They can't convince me that they're blowing up rug boats. Not missing all the protocol. I ain't heard about no surveillance. I ain't heard about no arrests. No who it's connected to, whose work this was. Nobody's claiming the work. Nobody's claiming the work saying, hey, you blew my shit out the water. Who? Show me an article. Tell me. No? They had that manta that mentioned the FBI. Whatever. That was October 5th. We're October 31st at this point. To me, it feels like a bunch of Black Hand clandestine missions that motherfuckers is going on to push a narrative. we're doing something. You blowing up boats in the fucking... Who knows what's going on the boats, man? It is what it is. We'll keep an eye on the boat thing. I expect in November, I expect before Christmas at least another 12, 13 boats. I expect. Stop this recording. Boom. Alright. And I shall return. Let me grab this beer real quick. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. We're about to move on to the next topic of discussion. Boom. So I went to Cartel Insider. I saw something interesting. I just want to talk about it quickly. We've been here an hour and a half. Salutes. All right. Shout out Velez, Bow, 5%, Baja Blast Punch. We on and we popping. Where is it? I don't think I could even show this. Let's get it. Let me start this recording here. Bow. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Y'all know how I feel about Cartel Insider. I try to go there for stories. I remember when I started covering stories from there. People would tell me about Mica Trevino. And people would say, oh, he picked a side. That guy's not a journalist. That guy got a side picked. Right? Now, I'm the type of person that I have to judge for myself. Right? I have to judge for myself. And I don't really, I don't take what people say and just run with it and then put that jacket on somebody, So I was going through the article, but as I was going through the article, it was becoming apparent that he did have a side. And as time went on, it became more apparent to the point where it was like, you're disgusting at this point. And I don't know how plugged he is, and I don't know how far it is, or if he's just a fanboy. I don't know these things, right? But I was done with him when we covered the young lady that was caught in the crossfire. And I believed then and I believe now that he was just telling that story just to use her name in the mix of all this. To use her name and make it seem, like it was the other side that did it. When in reality, that shit's happening from both sides, and there is no sides. What sides are there when everybody's jumping ship and back and forth and alliances of enemies and enemies of enemies aligning with this guy and that guy? There's no lines to be crossed. So my opinion of him was like, I don't really want to fuck with his reporting like that. And then he got into it with Camilo. Got into it with Camilo, and they were going back and forth. Or no, was it Oakland Leaks? It was Oakland Leaks, I believe. Sorry, it wasn't Camilo. It was Oakland Leaks. And I was like, it's a little too involved. And then I saw this. Hold on, let me make sure I don't show everything here. I'll be putting the images in the Discord in the gore section because I can't show them. I will describe them. Can somebody put up the Discord link, please? Let me go into it right here and see if I can just drop this like this. Yeah, all right, there it is. I dropped the images in the Discord. I can't show them here. I'll just show you the text first, though. This is Why Mica's Been Out. October 28, 2025 by Mica Trevino. People have asked where I've been this month or if I've checked out. Of course not. I'm not going anywhere. I've been investing my own time and resources to improve the site and push new projects forward. In case you were wondering why I've been quiet lately, I've been quiet for a reason. Something happened earlier this month. I'll probably share it in my book one day. I'm fine. It just hurt like a motherfucker. And if you look at the image, which I can't show you here, because they'll knock down my channel over it. If you look at the image, the image is of him laying in a hospital bed. Now I can show. Oh no, they're all together. It's him laying in a hospital bed, right? And then there's an image of what seems to be a entry wound from a bullet and an exit wound. I'm not sure where it is. It's quite possibly a calf. Or I don't know. It's real close up. A calf, or all you see is just the entrance and the exit. Which is him implying that he was shot. Now, I don't know what Buddy does. I don't know what he be doing. Other than, putting out these one-sided stories. For those that would like to see the images, you can go to our Discord. Got them in the graphics section. There's the link. But with the words and the pictures, he's inferring and showing evidently he's been shot. The question is, does this have anything to do with the rackets? Does this have anything to do with his alliances? Does this have anything to do with the Bartell world or the stories that he covers or creates or whatever? Or he got carjacked, or he got caught in the middle of a shootout, or somebody tried to stick him up, or because he ain't gonna tell us. He gonna put it in the book. Ain't that what he said? He's gonna put it in the book. Eddie Jimenez asked, self-inflicted? Are you insinuating for clout? Like, part of the PR? Like blowing up a boat? To have that story to tell? But let's say it looks like a cat. Yeah, it kind of looks like a cat. But did this have to do with the game? Or was this just some random shit that went down and happened to Mica? That's the question. Do I need another poll? I don't know him to be out there on no gangster shit. Did he say too much and somebody try to get him? Did it have anything to do with the Bartels? We'll put up a poll. Did what happened, or did whatever, because we don't know what happened. Maybe he could have poked himself accidentally with a ice pick or some shit. I don't know. A nail gun. You know? Did whatever happened to Mica have to do with cartels or just something that happened or random? Let's get it. Oh, I should have put self-inflicted on there. So it looks like he was shot twice. First pick, the gown is lifted, looks like a hip, and the other near the ankle or wrist. Okay, you could be right. Here, let me take another look. That's quite possible. Only reason I can't see it very well, and I got this giant screen in front of me, I still can't see it very well. And I called it an exit wounds because it looks like a gash rather than a hole. But yeah, quite possible. It's two different spots. You said hip. Wait, what did she say? Looked like a hip, and the other near ankle or wrist. Well, the poll is at a dead heat right now, so let's get your votes in. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Get your votes in. And if you think it's self-inflicted for clout, and I don't know if that's what Eddie Jimenez is asking, but if you think it's self-inflicted for clout, just put it in the chat. Now, he's not saying anything else. That was basically it. Basically, it is, people ask me where I've been. I haven't checked out. I'm not going anywhere. I've been investing time and resources into building the stream. I've been quiet for a reason. Something happened earlier this month. I'll probably share it in my book one day. I'm fine now. It just hurt like a motherfucker. What happened, bro? And don't say, well, shot. I didn't say I got shot. No, I mean, this is an insinuation, no? This seems like gangster brownie points without really looking for them, like covert gangster brownie points and shit. Looks like vertical trajectory on the calf. Yeah, it looks split. That's why I assumed it was an exit. Busted open. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Get your votes in. 67% believe the Bartels got him. Where's he based out of? Let's see. Let me see where he's based out of. It's in the States, right? Gotta be. He's in the States. I can't find anything. if he got a wiki. Let's see. Nope. We need some more information, man. What the fuck?
Too much information and shit.
Oh no, that ain't him. So no, I can't find nothing on that, but what got him in trouble, man? And does this website pay for security? If he in the States, that wasn't Bartell related. I lean on that side. And I believe if it was on the other side of the border, he's not coming back. But what do I know? Them little holes for if it would have been on the other side. Now I'm just going. He didn't have to say nothing, but he insinuated that there's something happened, and he showed pictures, and he's gonna let us guess for ourselves. So we're gonna do all the guessing we could do. See, people get mad about shit like that, but who told you to farm for people to be asking questions? That's what you do, right? That's the internet.
Too much information and shit.
He wouldn't have made it if he was in Mexico. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. But he put it out there. He put it out there for us to question it. The poll is at 50%, 50-50. 50-50. Here, there's an about section on his site. Let's see. I think we looked at it before. I know there was information somewhere. Here we go. This is his. All right, we stuck at 50%. Did he fly too close to the sun? Got himself involved in some gangster shit? Going back and forth with people and shit? His biases? That's just my opinion. That there's a bias there. I get that from reading his stories. I don't need to even care about the biases. What did it for me was using that little girl's unaliving the way he did. And then me going back and finding that that article was gone. It was no longer there. When I finally got around to editing the live stream where I realized what he was doing with that article and how he's basically pimping what happened to that little girl in that article, I went back to do some more fact checking and make sure I was correct, and the article wasn't there anymore. And that was it. That was enough for me. I was done. Fuck out of here.
No mommy's wait.
No mommy's wait. 298, if you're still listening, do you think that this was some Bartell shit or some street shit? Also, same question. If you're still listening, do you think this dude was on some Bartell shit? Or he got jacked? or something else happened. And like Eddie said, it could be self-inflicted, not for clout too. It could be self-inflicted for clout. That's a possibility. We've seen people do worse. But it could also be accidental. But when you put it out there like that, you're putting it out there for attention. You're putting it out there to see what people are going to say. And we saying it. And like Zoraida said, he probably got hit twice. That would take away self-inflicted. Shout out Shannon. Could very well be his journalism got him shot. Quite possible. Right? For me, it's depending where he's at. But is he going to spin it that way? Is this what he's doing? His comments is talking about, he knows what he's doing. His comments is talking about it, I'm sure. Let's go see the comments. Let's go see the comments. Let's see the comments. All right. You got hit, bro? Fuck, man. Sorry to hear that, homie. I'm glad you're breathing. Love from Cleveland. Thank you. Thank you. I took one in the line of duty. What? Holy shit, dude. Is this Bartell related? I sure hope not. Get well soon, brother. Thanks for everything you do. This guy that's the question. Could have easily just said no, right? He's going to write it in the book one day. If it's book worthy, maybe it did have something to do with his journalism. Maybe it was Bartell related. If it's book worthy, or is the creative juices flowing? Huh? And that pen is going to hit the paper and you're going to get to writing the classic? Shit that may or may have not happened. I don't wish this on nobody. I'm not happy that Buddy got aired out. He put it out there with a million question marks behind it. He's a journalist. He knows exactly what he's doing. This is it right here. This is that good shit. Dopamine. Fuck, man. I'm happy you survived and hope you make a full recovery. Thanks for sharing this with us. Sharing, yeah. What'd he share? He didn't tell you nothing. The legend of Gringo Mica continues. This is right here. He was farming for this right here with this post. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying he got hit. Something hit him. Someone hit him. Something hit him. But when you put out a vague ass, you fishing for them clicks, and we giving it to him. I'm right here. Clickety clack. Thank you. I really appreciate the kind words. I didn't share this for sympathy. No, for mystery. for clicketry. I shared it because the audience deserves to know why I haven't been as active. Did you get bit by a spider? Nail gun go off? What happened? Pain is temporary. Pride is forever. The strong always rise and fight the good fight. Sending my regards from the land down under. Australia. Get well soon, Mica. Thank you. Have a lot of information that maybe you can use. Give me some email and I'll write to you. Be safe. Look forward to your email. Attaboy. Mica's getting after it. Now I know how you get that access and all those cool pics. I knew that last name Trevino sounded familiar. Jokes aside, we're all glad it wasn't a gut shot. Glad you're all right. Heal up fast, dude. We need you. That's a good one. Thank you. Oh, man. Dopamine is boy. He's feeling it right now. He's in his bubble.
I'm in your bubble. I'm in your bubble.
Right, he got up from that hospital bed on some. Look, liked by one person. It was probably him. He didn't say thank you. The Maísa tried to take you out. Get well soon. He just leaves that up in the air for you. Listen, if you don't want to say nothing, I understand. If security is a thing, you don't want to say nothing, I understand. Then don't say nothing. Oh, but I got to give him a reason I'm not here. People do that all the time. Hey, I'm alive. I'm just going through personal stuff. I'll be back soon. That's it. This right here.
Too much information and shit.
Too much information and shit, man. It's bullshit.
Bullshit.
Cielos, Mica, cuidado mucho. Espero que te recuperes pronto. Get well soon. Get well soon. You did a great job documenting criminal organizations with the truth. Contract some security. Change cities. Do something, because if they try to get you one time, they'll try again. I'm hoping you take precautions. Gracias, amigo. He didn't shoot down none of that. He didn't confirm. He didn't deny. He moved like a politician.
Oye, ¿y el Rocha? ¿Y el Rocha? Bueno, ¿y el Rocha?
Shout out Eddie Jimenez. This Trevino. Any relation to the famous Ashley Trevino? I don't know. For those that don't know who she is, look her up. It's at your own risk. At your own peril. I'm praying for your recovery, safety, and prosperity, Mica. May the Lord God bless you and guide you with the straight path, to the straight path. He didn't even like that shit. He don't want the straight path. He straight up gangster shit, volume 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Are you willing to testify? Are you cooperating with law enforcement for justice? I can help. Boy, everybody got help and shit. I don't know, man. This poll is still deadlocked at 50%. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. All I know is, miss me with the, you did this for the audience, ba 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 ba. This is puro atención. Right? Pay attention. But now, here's the thing. If it was the Bartels, oh man, expect a Camilo type rise in ego. Expect it. He got his badge. If he got caught in a gang crossfire or something silly, I don't know, but he thinks it's book worthy, so something happened. Will he tell the truth? Probably not. He's just going to insinuate shit. That's what he did. That's what he did. And this poll is deadlocked. So I'm going to close it at the deadlock, 50-50. You live to see another day. We'll do this poll again if there's any more that we find on this story. I'm going to end it. It's a done deal. Too much information. Too much fucking information and shit.
Too much information and shit.
He didn't have to say nothing. Not a damn thing. But he did. He left it open to interpretation, so we're here to interpret. All right? Let me cut that off. He didn't have to say nothing, but he wanted to show everybody, hey, man, I stayed down. I'm strong. I got hit. I'll be back. I'm not going nowhere.
This Sparta! Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Huh? Meanwhile, he's wearing like virtual reality glasses in his picture and shit. Needs to and wants to stay relevant. Man. I don't know. He could have healed up and, chilled. He was like, nah, man. I'm going to tell y'all, man. Straight up gangster shit. I got into some shit. I'm alive. But I'm not going to tell y'all what and how. You think what you want to think. And we will. We shall. No problem. Hundreds up for y'all. Right. Hey, man, system is working like a champ tonight. I don't want to jinx it, but he's doing his thug thizzle, all right? He's doing his thug thizzle. See what we got here. We got no updates on take this and save it. What else? Let's see if there's any updates on this David Celeste Rivas story. I need some closure on that, as I'm sure her family does. Let's see if there's anything new. I doubt it. I know the PI and TMZ, they're saying two different things. Shout out Shannon. We're going to have to wait for his book. Definitely going to have to wait for his book. He's already selling books, and the book ain't even written yet. Right? All he had to do was drop a tweet with his holes. The fuck? What world am I living in, man? Let's see. If there's anything new. Okay, caught defending himself on TikTok. That was the last one we saw. Wow. I don't see nothing, yo. Nothing. People are starting to forget about the story because there ain't been nothing, no developments except for the PI. Now, I will say this. TMZ has been pushing against the PI. They've been, basically saying, oh, none of that what he's saying is confirmed. The police deny this and that and the other. And it's like, okay, man. You guys is, I don't know. With the PI, the question is, why did he go public so quick? The suspense is so intense. Man, it's a lack of justice. It's a sad, fucking, ridiculous situation. And it's going cold on the internet, and that's a problem. And I ain't laid eyes on him. Where's he at? The suspense is intense. The suspense what? For this story or for or you talking about Buddy's book? TMZ is tainted and biased. Man, they're making it look like it. They just push up against everything that has to do with, him being the one that did something. Let's see what TMZ is talking about. Trying to see what TMZ is talking about. Oh, the book. DA says he doesn't have the case yet. They're gonna
Where are
clap
we
the
at
shit
with
out of
this
me.
Celeste Rivas Hernandez investigation? A lot of people are interested in this.
It is currently under investigation.
Where are we at with this Celeste Rivas Hernandez investigation? A lot of people are interested in this.
It is currently under investigation.
You know, is David a suspect? Are there any suspects that you guys have on a list that you're keeping tight to vest? Is there?
So we don't discuss suspects or the points in a continuing investigation. When and if that case is presented to the DA's office and we make a decision on it, I'll make sure you're one of the first to know.
Thank you. Thank you.
He gonna make sure dude's the first to know. I'm gonna give you a call behind the scenes and make sure that you know everything when it's time for you to know it. I don't know what's going on with this.
Malambello, where's my money? Just subscribed on YouTube.
Shout out to Malambello. Where's my money? Salutes. Thank you for the subscription. I don't know why it's not showing the whole chat though. I'm not understanding that. That's our only kink in the system so far. What's going on here? Let me see. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. We'll have to fix that next time. I'll have to take a look at that. It's all politics. Man. Dirty, filthy ass politics. I gotta figure out what's going on with this chat highlight. Hold on, let me start a recording for this. I want to hear what this dude had to say once again. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Salute to y'all. We just hanging out doing hood rat stuff with our friends.
Hood stuff with my friend.
Come on, hurry up. What the fuck?
Celeste Rivas Hernandez investigation. A lot of people are interested in this.
It is currently under investigation.
You know, is David a suspect? Are there any suspects that you guys have on a list that you're keeping tight to vest? Is there?
So we don't discuss suspects or the points in a continuing investigation. When and if that case is presented to the DA's office and we make a decision on it, I'll make sure you're one of the first to know.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll make sure to call you guys.
I knew that I wasn't
behind
in
the
good health.
scenes.
Then one
Tell
day
you
I
all
went to
about
get my
it.
blood work done, and the results were not good. I was potentially going to take time away from me with my.
All right, and the PI thinks there was a sadistic plan. We saw that already. See if they give it any pushback. Here, let's go to, I want to see what Harvey has to say. Yeah, this is the one. Let's check this out quickly. Just so you can see if you see it how I'm seeing it.
In LAPD, what has been presented to.
But here's the thing. If the
These are Wisconsin cheese curds. Bite-sized legends that are golden on the outside, gooey on the inside, and made with real cheddar.
But here's the thing. If the ME comes back and says, cause of death undetermined with Celeste Rivas, I think the DA would
Shout out Velez. Salutes to you, sir. Appreciate you.
have a next to impossible chance of securing any conviction against anyone, because I don't see how you prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt if the ME has enough doubt to say, I don't know. But here's the thing.
What does the medical examiner have to say when it comes to who put her in that trunk, why she was where she was at, all of these things? They're just talking about her unaliving. That's it. He's saying he don't see them solving that shit. I don't know, man.
If the ME comes back and says, cause of death undetermined with Celeste Rivas, I think the DA would have a next to impossible chance of securing any conviction against anyone, because I don't see how you prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt if the ME has enough doubt to say, I don't know. Welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast. Mark, there is a private investigator who is talking about the David case in the media. And I have to say, the information I'm getting is not what he's saying. He is saying that there seems to be only one person that he says he's...
Bro, this guy...
No.
Does Garagos have a painting of himself up there? Now listen, man. I don't know. I guess. I'm sure a loved one probably painted that. Right? That'd be the only reason for that to be on the wall other than vanity. What the fuck?
Identified. Who they're seeing is not what he's saying. He is saying that there seems to be only one person that he says he's identified who has had a key to the house that David was staying in other than David, and that he could isolate who drove that Tesla. He says July 29th, where he says it was parked for the last time before it was towed, where Celeste Rivas's body was found. I am told, and he says it could only be then one person. I am told the exact opposite. And I have sources, one in particular, right in the middle of all of this, who says that there were multiple people who had keys to that house and multiple people who had access to the Tesla for a long time, and that there is no way it could be isolated to a single individual. This was a party house, a house so notorious the neighbors were all complaining, and they were having parties right up until the time that Celeste's body was discovered. So none of this is aligning with what this PI is saying to me.
Not as well, that there was not only more than one way to get into that house, but there were numerous keys and access points into the house. And that comes from almost an unimpeachable source. And in addition to that, that the access to the car was clearly not limited to just one person.
Yes.
Clearly not limited. And you don't have to speculate as to how the authorities know that. The authorities know that there's actually 3 different ways, separate ways, that they know that there was access in that car, and that car was accessed and driven by more than 3 people in the week prior to it being parked.
Yes, that's...
Her being in his video does not put him off the hook of nothing. That shit is what nails it for me. What is she doing in his video? There's more to this story. I get it. We want to know what happened and who done it. But if you asking me, he don't got no innocence in this shit. As far as she was on your screen next to you, bro. I didn't see nobody else. I saw you and her. If that's her.
Exactly. You know, just so people know, Mark and I have not talked about this.
Shout out Zoraida. He got it made at the county fair. Those funny sketch pics, and he asked for more hair added. He's wild. He got his picture on the wall and shit.
I haven't talked about this, and we're not talking the same people because your people are different than what other people are.
And I'm getting the exact same information. And I'm told a lot of people. So I do not think, look, I'm just saying that this is not aligning with what this PI is saying. What I am hearing, Mark, is that number one, that David has not been notified in any way, shape, or form that he's a suspect. That's number one. Number two, what I'm told is what the shoe that everybody involved in this is waiting to drop is toxicology.
I was just going to say it's the ME, and that's precisely, it's amazing. We got the exact same information. Not only has he not been, now remember, for people who don't know or aren't in the weeds in Los Angeles, this is primarily right now a county investigation. County meaning it's the DA's office supervising the police investigation, number one. If this were federal, you would say, okay, is it a person of interest? Is it a subject? Is it a target? None of that applies because this is the county prosecutor looking at it. There is no indication whatsoever that they have said, hey, to his lawyer or to anybody who represents him that he is, you're about to be arrested or you better surrender or we're going to pick you up after a show or after a recording session. Quite the opposite. They don't know where to begin. And by the way, the police have been very, people keep saying they're not giving us anything. Even you said, Harvey, they've been tied to the vest.
Yeah.
They did say, they telegraphed, we're not even sure about a crime because they can't say anything yet. They don't want to get over their skis until they get an ME report that is fully baked.
It could be, for example, a drug overdose, which is not a homicide. Now, if the body was cut up in any way, that could be a crime, but not the crime of a homicide. And so they need to determine, was this a homicide? Was it something like an overdose? They're not going to know that fully until they get a tox report back. And that's what everybody's waiting for. I made some phone calls this morning, and I have not gotten anything definitive, but what I can say is that various people who would be in a position or should be in position to know what the results are, my information is they're still in the dark. And that suggests to me that the tox report isn't in. What's confusing me about that is we are now, maybe we're getting into a 2-month territory since the body was discovered.
Definitely get into a 2-month territory. And like Zoraida said, I don't either, because how could they look for a cause of unaliving without a body? If forensics didn't give a cause of unaliving yet, the body was given back to the family already. Yeah, I guess they're working with what they had.
What I don't understand, I know it normally takes a couple of months to get a tox result back. Why wouldn't they move this, Mark, to the front of the line? I'm confused by this.
This is what I'm told, that you could, if you wanted, expedite the tox results. You could get the report back on the tox in less than 72 hours. I've done it. I've actually had it turn around in 24 hours. The problem they have here, I'm told, is that because of the decomposition of the body, the length of time between presumably when she passed and from when it was actually delivered to the coroner, that there are all kinds of complications scientifically with them drawing any conclusions about the results that they get. And I'll give you a perfect example.
But they could tell me about a body found in a frozen mountain somewhere from 2,000 years ago, and what happened to him and what his name was and all this shit. Come on, man. That's crazy. I'm thinking she's been gone since January, y'all. That's my thought. That's my gut feeling. Is she's been gone since January.
This for people who understand it from alcohol. In alcohol, in a DUI case, you have to generally test somebody within 3 hours because the alcohol dissipates. In a GHB date rape case, the half-life of the GHB dissipates in an extremely quick fashion. If you don't get tested, you don't get a result generally. This you now have, depending on what, if anything, was ingested, you don't know, and scientifically, they may not be able to ever render an opinion as to what was actually in the body at the time of passing and what could have, and I don't want to say metabolized, but what fermented, what actually happened in the period of time from when the passing to the discovery, and whether or not any of the things have any of a scientific ability to then extrapolate and say this was what was in the system at the time and was the cause of death. They're having a devil of a time establishing the anything to do with the cause of death.
Well, two things. One, that aligns with what an LAPD captain told us who was running this when he said to us that, on the record, that this was a complicated investigation, and that could explain that. But the other thing is, if they can't determine cause of death because they can't do a proper tox evaluation, the DA is going to have a hell of a time charging anybody.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Well, and one of the problems is, and I've had this in numerous cases, if the coroner bases part of his cause of death on information he's getting post-mortem from a detective or from somebody else, then that is ripe for a cross-examination that says you weren't able to draw a conclusion purely from a scientific or based on a biological basis or based on a pathological basis or doing it on what was at your disposal scientifically. You're doing it based or informed on what you're getting after the fact. And that is why it's so complicated.
So we have spoken with the owner of the house who rented it out to David's manager, and then David stayed there. The owner has asked the LAPD for a return on the search warrant, or at least to know what was seized, because it's his property. They are radio silent with him. They will not tell him.
He won't get that. He won't get that, because what's going to happen is, I'm sure what has happened, I will make a bold prediction, not knowing, that search warrant return is most probably under seal.
Oh, it is. I can tell you, yes.
Yeah, because you probably sent people down there. And they're not going to unseal that return. And for people who don't know, when you get the search warrant, the affidavit is under seal, because the affidavit has got the statement of probable cause signed by an affiant under a declaration under penalty of perjury given to a judge. The judge will allow certain portions of that search warrant to be delivered when it's executed that basically says you can go search here, here, and here, and these are the items you can take. However, when you go to file the return, which is what you're talking about, you have to file that with the court, because the court is the one who technically takes possession of it, but outsources that to the police. And that return will remain under seal while the investigation goes on, and up until and unless they charge somebody in connection with this, they may not unseal it. At some point, it probably will be, but the only way sooner than that is if there's a criminal filing.
Yeah, I wasn't really even talking about the search warrant. I don't know the answer to this. It's his home, and does a homeowner especially one who rents a place out where he says, I need to know what was taken from my house. Aside from the search warrant being sealed, do they ever work with a homeowner to know, hey, here's what we took? Because ordinarily, you would know if you were living in the house and you own the house. He wasn't living in the house, but they still won't tell him.
You know, that becomes a judgment call. I mean, legally, he could do a motion for return of property under 1524 or one of the other code sections of the penal code and say, I want this returned, I want that returned. For instance, if they took property that
I don't give a fuck.
Although I doubt it, because then it would be challenged if somebody's charged later on that the image is not as good as the original, and that would expose them. The image, the security.
I want the video security. Okay, that I want to hear about. Not his fucking furniture.
To pursue that. If the homeowner, however, is cooperative, and by all accounts that appears to be the case, they may facilitate the return of things that he may need. For instance, if there's a security system, if they've already imaged the security system, meaning the cops, and they have an image, they may give that potentially back to him, although I doubt it, because then it would be challenged if somebody's charged later on that the image is not as good as the original, and that would expose them to something. So there's all kinds of nuances to what they could return and what they might return.
I know generally the area where you have pretty good recon sources. He is, right now, they're trying to figure out, did she die at the hands of someone else? Did she die from an overdose? Whatever. But at the same time, she was 14 years old when she died. There is plenty of smoke that we've seen that David had some sort of relationship with her. And he was an adult and she was 14 and was younger than that even when they were allegedly together. We know that. Do you have any information on whether there are parallel investigations going? One, if she was killed, who killed her? And two, was he having a relationship with a minor?
Okay, now
Would
I'm
they
with
be
you.
Looking at both of those now.
Now I'm with you, Harvey. Now you asking the right questions. Let's talk about all of it. Let's not talk about a little bit. Let's not talk about a piece of it. Let's get it.
Or just focusing on the alleged homicide?
Based on and this is completely based on who is supervising this investigation, it is, if there are parallel tracks, I don't want to call it parallel investigations, but parallel tracks, and one being kind of a sex-based, when I say sex-based, I think you know what I mean, versus just the homicide-based. Based on who is supervising this right now, they're exploring every track but the homicide investigation, if it is a homicide. Because remember, a homicide is death at the hands of another. That is not even clear at this point. But that investigation is being conducted by a unit that is not primarily concerned with kind of the implication that you are drawing.
Right, and that's what I'm raising, that robbery homicide is handling the death investigation. Sex crimes, which is a separate division, would be handling what I just referred to, which is, was he having a relationship, a physical relationship with a minor? And I don't know how that works. I've never really seen anything like that in the DA's office. Does one defer to the other? Do they
have, in the DA's office, traditionally, they have vertical units. And when I say vertical units, you've got major crimes, you've got sex crimes, you've got, I jokingly have called the heads of sex crimes the sex crime queens, usually, depending on where they are. You also have, for instance, the Chapo'S section. You've got the public integrity section historically. This is in a section and is being supervised in a section that is other than the sex crime section.
So a lot of people think, well, wait a minute, why would the DA be involved if they haven't even decided it's a homicide? The DA is absolutely involved in this case.
Absolutely, the DA is involved in this case. And by the way, when you hear, so people understand that, so there's no misery. When you hear it's still in the investigative stage, it hasn't been presented to.
That's what the DA said. We heard that in that last video we saw.
The DA's office yet, or something along those lines. That is really exalting form over substance, because the DA's office, and this is a historical, this goes back a generation or more, they get involved and oftentimes roll out very quickly after something. There is that parallel kind of supervision along with either LAPD or LA County Sheriff, or if the feds are involved, a joint task force. But they are updated, they are asked questions, especially when you have search warrants that are executed, especially when you want to get information, as you would in this case. This case is heavy duty in terms of, you want all of the Tesla information, you want all of the information about the phones, you want to know all of the cell phone records.
There should be so much information. Just think of the shit that we've gone through just on the internet. But when it comes to tangible information, there should be so much. In theory, there should be so much.
You're going to want to know where the cell phone records of all the various people are. You're going to also want to know, have there been, on the history of complaints within LAPD, what has been presented to both the DA or the city attorney at various times on the history of that location, of everybody involved. And you're going to have the DA's office intimately involved if there's any kind of outreach to somebody for cooperation, which, by the way, there already has been.
SOAR 2 video generation is not available in our region.
It is if you're on ArtList.
Huh?
So I spent some time this week with Ellen Greenberg's parents. Ellen Greenberg is the woman in Pennsylvania who had 23 stab wounds, yet the ME said it was suicide, which is bullshit. And there's something really janky about this, and it's the
We got to cover that case. I saw the homie Zaya covering that case. I don't know much about the case. I know that, what Harvey just said.
That she stabbed herself in the back of the head multiple times, and somehow this was suicide. But I asked them, why haven't you filed a civil lawsuit where you could grill the ME on the stand? And she said we were advised that even in a civil lawsuit, because the cause of death didn't align, which we obviously believe is not suicide but murder, that we would have no chance. I don't know that that's true, but
I don't. It's not only. I'll go so far. When you frame it in that way, it's absolutely not true.
Well, I told them that too, to be honest with you, and I said that even if it's an uphill climb, just grilling the ME on the stand is worth the price of admission for you, because you want to get to the bottom of why they are doing somersaults. But
actually, with a civil case, you get something that you don't get generally in criminal cases, absent some unusual circumstance. You get a deposition when you can go, depending on the jurisdiction, up to 7 hours or longer.
Right, and we went over that. The reason I'm raising,
which is basically some torture tactic type shit,
it is that these lawyers were advising them, because of the ME's finding, it's going to really be hard. If the ME in the Celeste Rivas case ends up saying undetermined, how hard would it be for prosecutors to mount a case that would stick with a jury, which requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, if the ME himself can't come up with a conclusion?
Well, you bring up a point. I'm literally this morning on a completely unrelated case, something that we do all the time. Whenever you have a case, whether I'm defending somebody who is accused of a crime or I'm representing the family of somebody who is the victim of a crime, one of the first calls that we make is to get a private autopsy done, because as you know from over the years, I mean, two of the people that I've dealt with for years, either Dr. Bottom or the late Bodden or the late Dr. Cyril Wecht, would conduct the private autopsies and often would give you insight and have the expertise that, frankly, an overworked coroner will not have. And so that's one of the first things you do. If you're Celeste Rivas's family and you want to know what's going on, one of the first things you do once you get the remains is you have a private pathologist do the examination so that you get some answers yourself. Eventually the body gets released to the family. They don't keep the body ad infinitum. So you get the body, you hire a private pathologist, you do. And by the way, if you don't have the funds for a private pathologist, there are ways that you can get it done without any out-of-pocket. So there are a multitude of ways that you could approach that.
I don't know that they did that, because from the release of her body to the family and the funeral seemed right away, unless the funeral was ceremonial at the moment, or they got the autopsy done before that. I don't know. I don't know if they did that.
And that if you had lawyers who are doing what they should be doing that very same thing. In fact, I don't want to second guess anybody. They could be doing it already. If you're representing David or you're representing somebody connected to David and you want to be helpful, one of the ways to be helpful is to reach out to Celeste Rivas's family and or somebody, the next of kin, and offer to have a private autopsy done so that you can get the answers and you can move things up or speed things up and make sure that you've got a backstop or a parallel investigation going on. You don't want to rely on somebody who, and I'm not throwing shade anywhere, but it's one way to conduct a parallel investigation to get to the bottom of it, to make sure that you're getting the answers that you want and you need when you're in that kind of a position.
But here's the thing. If the ME comes back and says cause of death undetermined with Celeste Rivas, I think the DA would have a next to impossible chance of securing any conviction against anyone, because I don't see how you prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt if the ME has enough doubt to say, I don't know.
It's such a fascinating question. I'm old enough to remember, you're old enough to remember, back in the day when there was a gentleman, a deputy DA named J. Miller Levy, who made his career in the 40s and 50s because he was one of the first people who was able to prove a murder case without a body, literally without a corpus. And now what you're suggesting is, could you prove a murder case with no cause of death?
I think it.
And if you're talking about a guy who made his career and that's one guy that did that shit, seems highly unlikely, which is unfortunate.
It's hard. I think it's harder when you have the body and they say, we just can't figure it out.
Well, there are people who have been convicted and sitting in prison who that very instance has been the case because a prosecutor has come along and said, no, that's just the ME's opinion that he couldn't do it. I'm going to prove to a jury, or takes the position that they can prove that to a jury through circumstantial evidence.
How rare is that?
Very rare, very rare.
So, I mean, if the DA does not want to take on a high-profile case like this, which is a loser, and I just see, with all the people coming in and out, because remember, whoever put the body in the trunk, even if it's a murder, doesn't mean that's the person who's the killer.
Correct. And by the way, you would imagine one of the law enforcement techniques is, I personally think that it would be shocking if they didn't already have that information.
I think they do. I think they...
What information?
Correct. And by the way...
Shout out Nando on the check-in. Salute Fernando. What up, Shy? Everyone been MIA. We put out an APB for you, sir. Glad to see you. welcome. Thank you for the Venmo. Salute to you, sir. Thanks for coming through.
Me see, with all the people coming in and out, because remember, whoever put the body in the trunk, even if it's a murder, doesn't mean that's the person who's the killer.
Correct. And by the way, you would imagine one of the law enforcement techniques is I personally think that it would be shocking if they didn't already have that information.
I think they do. I think everything that I've not been told this definitively, but I know that they've already seen video from the Tesla, and they know who put that body in the car. I mean, they just know. And
well, not only would they have the information from the Tesla, but then the next thing that they would do is whoever the universe.
Nando, what was the shorty for Halloween? Or if y'all even do that.
Of suspects who are, and when I say suspect, I just mean the people they suspect of putting the body in the Tesla. They would get the Tesla movements. They've already got that. That's a given. That they know when that Tesla was moved, how it was moved. They've got a universe or a data set of the people who have access to the Tesla.
And they have video.
Right, and they've got the video, presumably would show. But in addition to that, even if they had the video that shows, they've already got the cell phone records of all of the people involved. They've tried to triangulate the cell phones which ping off of the cell towers within a certain radius. They've tried to lay that over, if you will, or overlay that so that they can show basically where the phone was with somebody and where the car was. And when they have an overlay and they've got a video, bingo, they would imagine at that point that they've triangulated and they've overlaid it and they've got the person who put it into the car. Then what they would do is they go to that person and say, you need to talk to us and you need to tell us, where did you find her, what condition, and then they would work backwards to try and deconstruct that to test that or corroborate the story that they're getting.
And there's no way that person, well, I suppose unless they get immunity, that they're just going to say, oh, sure, I'll tell you who told me to put the body in the Tesla.
Well, that I push back on. I can't tell you that you've seen those ads by lawyers, shut the fuck up. Those are the only words you should know if you're ever interrogated by the police. It's amazing to me how many people. I just had a hearing recently where somebody had said something. If they hadn't said anything, there was no way they'd be in custody. I mean, it's a common occurrence. People often think that
he pushed back. He let it be known. See, he said, man, the guy, he's never gonna just say so and so said it. Man, they're gonna say that shit quick, boy. Everybody go to jail.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail.
Are going to talk their way out of something, and they usually 9 times out of 10 talk their way into something.
I get it, but whoever this is has known now for a couple of months that this is top priority for LAPD. So they've clearly thought of that, and everybody has been talking about the fact that there's video.
Well, you would think if they have these people in mind that those people are being watched. One would hope so. You know what I mean?
On this Tesla, that would show who opened the trunk. So there is going to be pretty clearly someone who put that body in some form in that trunk. That doesn't mean that's the person who killed her or grabbed her after she OD'd or whatever. But I just see this as a much bigger problem as a case than, oh my God, look, David was dating this 14-year-old. It was in David's car. That a lot of people are jumping to this conclusion. Got to be David. Got to prove it's David. No doubt it's David. But when you start looking at the dots that need to get connected, that whoever put in the car, not necessarily the person who may have killed her, and we don't even know if she was killed. She may have OD'd, but we can't know that because the body's too decomposed to get a definitive tox. So there are a lot of steps here that make any kind of prosecution other than the possibility of sex with an underage girl very difficult.
I don't disagree with any of that. In fact, if you're right and they have the video, which I suspect
they do,
I agree
they do.
with at it, then what I would surmise is if they have not made an arrest to prosecute the person, because there is a crime there, it's not a high grade or a serious or violent felony in and of itself. But if they haven't made an arrest, that would suggest that the person who they have on video is not David. It would also suggest that it's somebody who has admitted to moving the body, and it would suggest somebody who was being very cooperative with the police.
Do you think at this point, from what you're hearing, that there are people cooperating and talking?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All arrows point towards somebody talking, and I think more than one person cooperating, giving them a lot of information, but not answering the ultimate question. And that's which you've outlined. The ultimate question is, was there any foul play involved in her death? And so far, I think that is the dead end, and that is what's holding this up.
I would agree. Okay, didn't crack the case, but I think what this...
We're getting close.
Well, I think what this shows is that everybody thought, slam dunk, I smell the smoke, I see what's going on, pointing at David. It ain't that simple.
Not at all.
Never. I always think it's never that simple, but that should be.
Man, definitely not simple. Not simple at all. Not this case. Not this story. And my biggest fear is that complete justice will not be fulfilled. We need to know everything. We need to know if anything was happening to her at home. We need to know why she was with dude, where else she was at, who else she was with. We need to know who did that to her, who put her in the car, how it happened, everything. We need everything. Complete justice. Shout out Shannon. Stop self-snitching. Bruce Rivers. Yeah, his son came up with merch. Yeah, man. These guys is... Somebody's definitely talking as far as Mark Garagos is concerned. It's just a rough story, boy. This story is... If they don't have any of the people responsible, those people have had 2 months. In addition to the... Guess what, though? I'm not very faithful in them figuring out any plans in those 2 months. Why I'm not faithful in them figuring out any of the plans in those 2 months? Because if my hunch is correct, and she's been gone since around maybe January, all those months didn't do shit for him. It was still a shitty plan, and it's only in this state of disarray, man, because of pure fucking luck, I guess. Otherwise, it would have been a slam dunk situation. Or they would have got away with it with all those months to plan. So, 9 months to plan, and they got 2 months that they've known that, people are onto them? Shit. I don't think I think they've just been panicking in place, and the other one's been talking. I don't know. We shall see. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. We've been here 10 minutes short of 3 hours. Your boy's gonna kick rocks. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Rest in peace to Les Rivas. Hopefully she gets some justice somehow, some way. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna holler out the chat. I got a lot of stuff to edit. I got stuff coming out on Ill Films, Ill Crimes, Ill Cartel. Got a story of another 14-year-old Sicario. We're going to talk about that. We've talked about it before with others. I expect it to get low views because, people that are into the crime part don't care about the children. But I got to do it anyway. It's just what I do. But yeah, a lot of stuff coming out. You guys won't see me live unless something completely crazy happens. I want to edit, get next week lined up, and then we'll go from there. Again, I spent a lot of time on technicals. A lot of changes got made around here, and we just, grinding it out. Run through this chat quickly. Boom. Shout out Shannon, Zoraida, Velez, Deb, salute to you. Get that money. Million. Shout out Velez. Appreciate you. Thank you for the drink, sir. Shout out Upper Echelon for stopping through. Salute 298. I appreciate you. Shout out So Much Soul. Yayo. I saw 323 was in here earlier too. I think I missed it. Shout out Tone Lope. Shout out Mexican Mike. Ed the Hip Hop Guru. Eddie Jimenez. 323G. Tere, salutes to you. Raven, I appreciate you. My brother Oso.
At Old Soul 7374 sent $5 on YouTube.
Salute
Can I
Oso.
buy you a drink on the way out? At Old Soul 7374 sent $5 on YouTube. Can I buy you a drink on the way out?
Oh, buy a drink on the way. Hold on, what did the first one say? Did I miss it? No, it was this one. Bow. Alright, so off screen said Besa. Salutes to you, sir. I appreciate you. I was right at your name too. So salutes my brother Oso for coming through. Who was after you? Shout out Larry Sterrett. You can't say for certain they not. You can't say for certain they are, sir. Not now. Not in this America. This is America.
This is America.
Shout out Nando for coming through. Appreciate you. Thank you for the donation. I'm going 1-1. What you talking about? Hold on, let me reply to that before I can't. Bow. Boom. Alright. I don't know why though. Okay, that one worked. Shout out Oso, can I buy you a drink on the way out? Salutes. I don't know why that wasn't working. But yeah, again, there's more work to be done as far as in the studio, get things right. But I'm working on it. All right. Shout out Shannon. Thank you for another great live. Everyone have a good rest of the night. Keep your head on the swivel. Stay safe out there. Salutes. All right. Salutes to Zorada. Blessing Shy. Glad everyone worked out with the updates. Glad everything worked out with the updates. Yeah, no, we went pretty seamless today. I got to figure out why. You see how it's cutting off your comment? I got to see why that's happening, but that seems to be the only problem tonight. I did not set up my Twitch and Kick stream, so this was just a YouTube stream tonight. Let me stop this recording. But the updates will continue, and we'll get the glow up. Auto dubbing is off. Let's get to sharing these shorts, sharing these videos, hitting the like button, all of that good stuff, commenting, everything you guys can do. Let's get the algorithm back on our side. And keep it moving. Shout out to JP. Salutes to JP. Positive vibes and energy to JP. Appreciate you. Shout out Shannon. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you. I appreciate you. And it's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of work. But we getting there. We're going to keep it moving. All right? Also, rest assured, I have my drink. I put a picture of my beer in the Discord. And I'll make sure that the top is cracked. Shout out Zoreda. Chat, have a great night. Stay safe. Blessings. Salutes. All right. Enjoy yourselves out there on Halloween. Just be safe. Cause shit's crazy outside. Everybody's crazy outside. It's Sparta.
This is Sparta!
Old Soul sent $50. Salutes CHIL. Salutes chat 100. Have one of each on the way out.
Yo, he's wildin'. Is there typos? Shout out to Old Soul for the $50 power chat. Thank you, sir. Salute CHIL. Salute chat 100. Have one of each on the way out. Fuck it, we're gonna have this shot together on that note. God damn it. Alright, let me put something on the screen over here. Alright, shout out to the dog and the goat in the back. The dog and the goat in the back. Alright. Shout out also. Yeah, he said, no, I'm wildin'. Wildin'. Definitely wildin'. Salutes. I just saw it. Where is it? He had pill bottles and opioids. Who said that? Let me see. Right here. Let me start this back up. Let's see what Law and Crime got to say about this shit.
Why don't we start though?
Nah, that ain't it. Get your. Why don't we start, Joe? This one.
When launching your membership, timing is everything. Last year, creators on Uscreen earned over $100 million just during the holiday.
New details.
I will say this. I like the option of being able to go full screen like this when I'm talking. I like that option. It's a good option. I'm trying to get all the editing done in the in the system rather than afterwards, you know? Salutes. Let's get it.
Coming to light nearly 2 months after a badly decomposed body of a teenage girl was found in a Tesla belonging to viral artist David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. The 20-year-old has been quiet since workers at a tow yard realized a horrific smell was coming from the trunk. And while investigators are remaining tight-lipped about 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez's death, a private investigator has uncovered many, many interesting pieces of information, including pill bottles found at a home where the singer had been living that add even more layers to this mystery. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. If you ever get hurt, you might need someone in your corner to fight for you, and Morgan & Morgan can do that. The firm has more than
Show ass up.
People all around the world are following the David case out of Los Angeles. Back in September, the Texas native had been living in a luxury rental home in the swanky neighborhood of Hollywood Hills, getting ready to go on an international tour. But everything came crashing down back on September 8th. That's when workers at Hollywood Tow Yard realized that a horrific, disgusting smell was coming from a Tesla that had been impounded days earlier. The Tesla had been cited for staying parked in the same spot for too long and was eventually considered abandoned and towed away. Authorities would later discover that the Tesla was registered to David Anthony Burke. That, of course, is David. And I want to be clear, Los Angeles police have not named David as a suspect, at least not publicly. In fact, no one has been identified as a possible perpetrator. But the investigation is ongoing. In the meantime, David hired Blair.
Yo, every time they put that lawyer, they put CeeLo up there on blast. He don't got nothing to do with none of this shit, but they put his face up there. Shout out Shannon. It's a nice change. Thank you. Needed something. All right, let's get this shot. Regulation, Olympic size, shot. Okay. Regulation, Olympic size. Illinois Athletic Commission standard. Shot. Okay. considering my brother's generosity, we're gonna make that a doble, okay?
Don Giulini Setentini te pone hasta el culini. Un shot, due shot.
Okay. I can't say I'm gonna finish the beer on stream, but I'm definitely gonna start that motherfucker. All right. Doble. Oh shit. Boy, to the tippity tip top. Okay? He said that's some bullshit? Hey, come on, man. Olympic standard. Let's fucking go. All right? Got the young mango. No, we're not playing no games. We're on some Halloween shit. Get the mango popping. All right. This motherfucker is brimming right here. All right. Double. See? Look at that. Perfect. Why? Because that's a Illinois Athletic Commission standard shot glass right there, all right? Not that bullshit y'all was trying to tell me about last time. Let's get it. Double up. It's the double up. Okay? No mama's wait.
No mommy's wait.
Burke. She's a high-profile criminal defense attorney who's worked with the clients like Harvey Weinstein, Bruno Mars, Britney Spears, and Lindsay Lohan, among others. It took the medical examiner more than a week to identify the body in the trunk as 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The LA Times reported the remains of a head and torso were inside a bag in the trunk. A statement from the medical examiner's office said in part, the decedent was found severely decomposed inside a vehicle. She appears to have been deceased inside the vehicle for an extended period of time before being found. An official cause and manner of death have not been released. For now, it's...
Come on, you're wasting my time. We know all of this, lady.
...home. Just leaving it on the street to be impounded with somebody not thinking clearly? Celeste and David, they appear to have been connected. For example,
Salud.
A tattoo on Celeste's right index finger, which read, shh. It turns out that David has a very similar tattoo on his own hand. After news of Celeste's death spread like wildfire and how her body was found, David canceled his tour.
God damn.
Tango el gato los pantalones.
Too much information and shit.
Fuck. All right. Salutes Oso. Double shot. Done up. Cerveza. Shout out Big June on the check-in. Send mine. Salutes to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you for coming through. Make sure you get on that replay gang. To everybody else, hit the like button if you have yet to do so.
And he went radio silent on social media where he has millions of followers. He eventually moved out of the rental home, but...
Bro, these channels be milking the whole thing, bro. The whole thing. They just tell you the same story over and over and over again every day.
Not before LAPD came in and searched that property. According to LA Magazine, officers reportedly collected electronic...
We're skipping all this. She's talking to the PI. This PI is doing... he's doing interviews everywhere.
...on how we got here, and David's apparent connections to Celeste. The teen was apparently a chronic runaway, having been reported missing from Lake Elsinore, California, by her family several times. The latest report came in May of 2024, when she was just 13. Family members have since said that she had a boyfriend that they hadn't met, but guess what? His name was David. Despite the age difference, Celeste and David seemed to spend a lot of time together. She made appearances on David's social media and his Twitch streams. Others who spent time with the singer say they knew about Celeste, but didn't know she was so young. They apparently believed she was around 19 years old. 19, 13, 14.
Spreadsheets killed my sales. Wait, just try Pipedrive.
Discover Pipedrive Sales CRM.
Big difference. Earlier this month, a TMZ reporter asked LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman about the case and its status. Hochman said, "It is currently under investigation. We don't discuss suspects or the points in a continuing investigation."
Shannon, nothing new from the PI either?
If that case is presented to the DA's office and we make a decision on it, I'll make sure you are one of the first to know. A case has not been presented to our office for filing consideration. So to discuss the very latest in this case, I want to bring in Steve Fisher. He is a private investigator who works on missing persons cases, and he's involved in this case. He was actually hired to work this case by the person who owns the house where David was living. It's near the area where the Tesla was found with poor Celeste's body in that front trunk. So Steve, I saw your tweet over the weekend. Very interesting to me. What is the very latest? Because it sounds like you have some suspicions that maybe despite Celeste being reported missing at certain times by her family, potentially maybe they knew where she was, or they weren't informing the police at all times that, hey, she was at the house, they would see her at times, etc. So fill me in.
Yeah, so that's basically where my frustration comes from, is not filling the police in. You know, that you file a missing persons report, that's put into NCIC database, which is an FBI database, and law enforcement is working on that case. And when you file that, you also have a responsibility that if you have contact with the missing person, whether it be electronically or in person or anything, that you have a responsibility to notify law enforcement about that. You know, I've since learned that there's documented cases after that report was filed of her showing up at a graduation for her cousin, and I think it's safe to assume there was probably other family members at that graduation as well. She also showed up, you know, we've seen...
I believe that, man. Missing person report. Meanwhile, she back and forth. They couldn't control her.
The video that's been released of the apartment complex next door to her house, where she showed up in September, was arguing with people in that house, and there was another photo of her at some sort of family event. So it is frustrating that somebody didn't call law enforcement and say, hey, she has shown up here, because what they do is then law enforcement goes and they investigate that, and they see if there's a reason that CPS needs to be involved, or why the child is running away and what's going on, and to keep them safe.
That's what I'm thinking. You know, I'm a parent.
Mm-hmm.
If my kid's not showing up at school, guess what? I get a phone call. My kid's not showing up at school for an extended period of time, I'm in big trouble with the law.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like a lot was going on here. A lot was falling through the cracks with Celeste.
Indeed.
And is there any suspicion that the family potentially knew that she was hanging out with David?
Well, so I've had no communication with the family, just to be upfront.
Okay.
But, you know, it was reported right at the beginning, that one of the ways that an ID was done.
Let's get to 30 likes before we get out of here, y'all. 30 likes if you please. If you have yet to hit the like button, please do.
Or they thought that Celeste was the person that shrunk, is because another outlet had a conversation with the mother, and she said that she knew of a boyfriend named David. And there's also been images that have come forward on Reddit that show David in Lake Elsinore doing some sort of transaction with a kid. And then we have the teacher, somebody recording the teacher speaking about this, that Celeste was in his class and she had run away, and then she was picked up in the Hollywood Hills and brought back, then ran away again. I think that there's a strong possibility they knew, and it's important to realize that she's in, I think, 7th grade, maybe 8th.
Child,
grade.
it's a child. It's a fucking child.
Young child, and you can't just let them drop out of school at 7th grade, you know, to go live in the Hollywood Hills.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
No, she's a child.
Yeah.
She's a child. You know.
She's a child. She's a child. She's a... What's wrong with this lady's voice?
You were hired, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, to investigate by the owner of the home where David was living. So are there any new details that you've been able to glean from your investigation as to what may have been going on in this home?
Yeah, so, you know, one thing I want to be clear about is, you know, I do have a scope.
There's this girl on TikTok that does that shit, and she be like, man, whenever she's talking, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
On my, you know, investigation. In other words, I'm not going outside of things that originated at the house or things that happened with the cars that were normally parked at the house. So I'm not going out and trying to solve this case. I'm not working side by side with the LAPD or stepping on their investigation. It's all contained to the owner wants to know what happened or didn't happen at his house, because he had no idea that David was even living there, because he wasn't on the lease, and much less Celeste. So in that investigation, I'll tell you, there was a lot of things that were left behind, even though after the search warrant, David, I guess through his management, did send movers to come move stuff out, but they left a lot of stuff behind. And then they gave over possession of the house. So, we went through those things, and there was a lot of evidence that shows who had been there a lot. And then we also collected some surveillance from neighboring houses that showed vehicles coming and going and vehicles that were parked there for extended periods of time. And we've been able to, in talking with neighbors, what they saw. And also that community has their own private armed security company that is 24/7. And, I've talked to them about what they've seen and noticed and any reports that they had. And there was only one written report for a noise complaint, but they're still familiar with the area and who comes and goes and what vehicles are normal to the area and what aren't.
Interesting. I know you've been talking to my buddy Jesse Weber about this a lot on Sidebar. Yeah. And you've been working this case, and I know you're not trying to step on the toes of the cops as they investigate this case, and they've been choosing their words very carefully. Is there anything that you've learned that has been shocking or surprising to you in this case?
Well, so first of all, LAPD is not sharing any information with us. I'm not getting anything more than the public's getting.
Right.
They take information from us, but they don't comment on it, and that's typical. But, I think that they're believe their only press release that they came out with, I think was somewhat telling. When they said, the only criminal culpability in this case, there may be nothing beyond concealment of a body. And I think that's kind of setting people up to kind of get people to calm down a little bit and say, listen, this might be something like an overdose, or God forbid she took her own life or something, and they made it really.
She wouldn't have had no overdose if she was her ass at the crib. And if she did have an overdose at the crib, then we deal with that when that happens. But that's not what happened. She was a fucking 14-year-old that didn't have no business wherever the fuck she was at with whoever the fuck she was with.
Poor decision, because most likely because they didn't want to expose the relationship, and they made a horrible decision in concealing her body. That's not homicide, although if it's an overdose, there are some factors that if they can prove who supplied those, then that could come in.
Well, guess what? She didn't fucking supply it. I know that much.
But I don't know. That statement to me very much felt like it was, listen, lower your expectations. But hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully there's more going on.
I took it as it could be lower your expectations. It also could have been like everybody calm down and maybe calm down other people so that they cooperate as well.
That could be too. And, I would think, so one thing we definitely learned from all, we have a lot of imagery that was not from his Discord. There's a lot out there anyways, but we have some that wasn't out there. So we really have a good idea of who his core group of people were that were around a lot, and they were at that house a lot. And I think it would be hard for some of those people not to know something was up. There was a shift in behavior as far as like the Tesla wasn't being used anymore. I just think that they were a tight enough group that at least one or two of them probably knew. I would think those people would be cooperating with LAPD right away if they didn't have a hand in anything. Everybody knows first one there probably gets a deal. I don't know if that's the case or not, though. It's been incredibly quiet. Like, his friends have not made a statement online. These are people that live online.
Right.
He hasn't made any statements online, so I don't know if he's provided them counsel as well, possibly, and everybody's just doing a very good job of being quiet or what's going on. I would think there'd be some cooperation there, but I also think that that's probably ended once Blair Burke gets involved. You got to think that, if they're questioning, they're Mirandizing them, and I got to think that they're probably not letting them speak too much or too openly if they have counsel, if somebody has, a big exposure here.
It does seem like, circling the wagons. That's what it feels like. They're circling the wagons. Nobody say anything. Everybody be quiet. He cancels his tour. He doesn't say a peep. Maybe that's the advice he's getting, but it does have that feel to it. And maybe Blair Burke comes in and she's like, okay, what happened? Let's figure this out. She's going to deal with the cops. But you know who moved the car, right? You're the one, you have the video. You know who moved the car. So that's a big clue right there. Are you willing to share with us yet who moved the car?
Is she fucking crazy?
What?
Of course not.
And sure who it wasn't. And the thing about that is, though.
Wait, what?
So that's a big clue right there. Are you willing to share with us yet who moved the car?
And sure who it wasn't. And the thing about that is, though I 95% feel she was in that front trunk of the Tesla when it was moved, I can't prove that because there's no video that I have. LAPD might have a video of her being put in the vehicle. I can't even put her at the house. So I can't share. I don't want to share who that is because I do think that would really step on LAPD's toes. And that's not the intention here. It's not to put the information out first. What it was is to find out what was going on in the house and letting people know that we do know some information. So if you wanted to contact me, and people have contacted me, and I'll tell you, there's an incredible, and this is what I wonder about LAPD. They're very capable, but it's a whole different era as far as everything's happening on Discord and everything, and the capability.
We got an APB out on Robert. Robert ain't been around in a minute. Robert was doing some risky content creating.
For them to really go through and scrape everything out of there. I know that they are getting it directly from Discord in a database form, but it's all, everybody uses handles and fake names and stuff, and to figure out who's who, it takes a while to really map this whole thing together, and so maybe that's part of the delay. But there was an incredible amount of information just in the Discord server alone.
Wow. I know there's been a lot on Reddit about this, and people are interested. It's a mystery. People want to know what happened to Celeste and if David was involved. There's a lot on TikToks. David had talked about mental health issues like bipolar disorder. Do you think the internet rumor mill is helping or hurting in this case?
So at the beginning, I think Reddit was like this incredible.
It seems like the internet rumor mill is moving on at this point.
Source. There were some people that did some amazing digging and turned up some stuff that probably wouldn't have been brought forward. But as this is dragged on, now I feel that's turned. We see this a lot where it's just people need something right away, so they're just coming out with wild speculations, or they're just there to basically cause drama about every single thing.
Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Let's get to 30.
Basically, everybody starts turning on it, and everybody, and especially on investigators. I get it. I don't even go there anymore. But at the beginning, it was a huge asset because people were like, hey, I pulled this from the Discord. I got this. I found this person was tagged in this. And it was great. But now I think it didn't hit this threshold where it was like there wasn't really any new information. So then it was like, let's just turn it ugly. And then it starts doing damage. And that's where, for investigators, that's where it loses its, the benefit, and it maintains that kind of that bad name, but at the beginning I think it was helpful, not so much anymore.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the internet stuff there can be some like amazingly good sleuths on Reddit. I mean, like some of the stuff people turn up is amazing. However, it can also be a big dumpster fire, so you got to be careful with all that stuff.
But there are amazing. So you look at Don't F with Cats, the documentary, and it shows that there are some people out there that have some amazing ability to uncover these things. And in fact, Body from that documentary is one of the people that I consult with on cases.
Make sure you check out the chat. I dropped all the other channels that we have in this network, so make sure you check those out.
And so there are some really helpful people, but then the ugly side comes out.
Well, Steve Fisher, it's been so great talking with you. We will keep a close eye on this and your tweet.
All right, shout out Shannon. We didn't learn shit. You were right. But I don't know, man. So many questions. It's too much. All right. Shout out Oso. He bought y'all another, roughly 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Shout out my brother Oso. I'll play that again.
Old Soul sent $50 salutes CHIL salutes chat 100 have one of each on the way out.
So I was already, I don't know, in a zone or phased out or whatever. When you sent the first dono, can I buy you a drink on the way out? I didn't realize it's because the sign wasn't up. Now I understand what was happening here. 1-on-1 salutes. I appreciate you also. Again, man, salutes to the usual suspects. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so on the way out. All right, we're going to kick rocks. We didn't learn nothing there. Hopefully, again, complete justice. That's it. Easy. Right? Y'all have an amazing night. Have an amazing weekend. I'm going to try to do a marathon this weekend because, you know, it's just a lot. I have to build another setup on another computer so that I can do marathons and then still work on the things that I need to work on. Or vice versa. Maybe I'll work on the other shit. You know what I mean? Also, seems like he's more lit than me. This motherfucker's writing single letters and shit in the chat. Alright. I got to see the nephews and the nieces in some Halloween costumes and shit. Salutes. But yeah. Again, I dropped all the links to the other channels in the network. There's more channels than that coming. I'm just populating shit. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. We got to everything tonight. We'll figure it out from there, you know. I want to find new info like everyone else. Indeed. Get on the case, Shannon. Fucking detective. Get on the case. Have you ever seen that, Shannon? That don't fuck with cats? Shout out Oso, he lit. I might have to go find his ass. Where you at? What time is it? Oh shit. It's Devil's Night. Don't fuck with cats, man. The internet will solve a crime on your ass. Then what? Yo, I created a whole lot of new shit on this system. Did you drop pics of them? You know what? I'll blur their faces out and I'll drop them. Not everybody wants their kids on the internet. You already understand that, but whatever also wants, you know, we'll figure it out. I just saw him right now. That shit's funny. Again, I gave him a shout out the other day. He was feeling himself. Shout out to my nephew, Middle Soul. All right, little Middle Soul was on a losing streak with his soccer team. All right, but they came up. I went to his game. They won the game, and what's the word? In devastating fashion. Right? He was feeling himself for a couple days right there. You know what I mean? Shout out Shannon. No, but I've heard of it. Shannon, I highly recommend. I think it's right up your fucking alley. That shit is crazy. We might have to do that on Ill Films one day. Just because that shit is nuts. But I already seen it. It would have to be a rewatch. I'd have to be watching it, you know, with y'all. Never mind, I had a brain fart. Well, you did see it? Oh, never mind, I had a brain. No worries. No, some people is with it. Some people isn't. I gotta just pay attention. You know what I mean? But Shannon, don't fuck with cats. Bananas. Shit's crazy. But I think it's right up your alley. Salutes. Man, oh man. Your boy feeling lit. I hear the neighborhood party. Also said Middle Soul was definitely feeling himself. Definitely feeling himself. All right. But my thought was Little Soul was going to hate on him as soon as he got to the crib. You know what I'm saying? Because Little Soul got that hate in him. Hate. But no, he gave him his props, so salutes. I didn't give Little Soul enough credit. No, I know, Shannon, about picks. I know exactly what you was talking about. I just got to pay attention. That's it. I appreciate you, though. We share in the Discord. That's what we do. All right, shout out to Dev's grandbaby. Dev's grandbaby. Doing good. Hit that like button. But yeah. Hey, we take advantage of the fellowship that we have here while this chat is small. That's why everybody's wrenched the fuck up, because there's going to come a time where we get an influx on these channels. But I know who was here. I know who was here. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Let's get back in the algorithm. El Tubo knocked me down 50, 75%, man. Sometimes 75, sometimes 50. Knock me down. Knock me down. But I've been knocked down before. Fuck do I care? Juggernaut shit. Juggernaut shit. Make sure you share. I'm going to try to get some shorts done this weekend. Too. Get some shorts out to promote the videos that we got out there. Get back in the algorithm. On all fucking channels. We just dropped the Arturo Gotti situation. Sophia Gotti has put up a GoFundMe and has raised money to start an independent investigation into the demise of her 17-year-old brother, who unfortunately went out how allegedly his father went out. Shout out Velez. Ya cerró la barra. I don't know what you talking about, bro. Maybe I'll give you a pass. Now that I'm feeling myself like Middle Soul. I want to get back to the For Beginners channel. The For Beginners channel might get a different name. I want to cover hip-hop culture and music and all that shit. I might call it ill culture. Y'all tell me if that's garbage or not. And let me know. Damn, that's crazy. I already forgot what I was talking about, Shannon. No worry. All right. Velez. Bar's open for you. All right. Is it a coincidence that he departed the same way? Velez, I don't know if you watched the video that we did. If you didn't, make sure you do. 2 videos, really. Is it a coincidence? As we know in this world, everything is possible, right? I would have to believe in my heart that his father went out strung up. Okay, I got to use code words. I have doubt in my heart that his father went strung up. I feel like that was part of it.
Velas 408 sent $19.99 on YouTube.
Shout out Velez. He got 2 cervezas. Let me hit it right here. Hit it right here. Where's it at? Bow. Oh, YouTube taking me down. Yo, it's crazy. YouTube whooped my ass the last couple of months. 50 to 75%. Okay? Knock me the fuck off. YouTube told me to go
home and get your fucking
shine
box.
Shout out Velez. I'm going to say that's 2 beers. Salutes to him. Appreciate you. Let me finish this one. I'm going to go grab the other 2. They might be drunk off screen. This one I ain't going to have to put on Discord. They might be drunk off screen because I ended the stream about an hour and a half. No, about half an hour ago. No, bullshit. Yeah, about half an hour ago. Salutes. But look, But maybe we'll go get the most popping body cam and check that shit out while I'm lit. While I'm getting lit. 50 to 75%, boy, they knocked my ass off. I've been looking at it like, what the fuck is happening? Am I trash? I never been trash at nothing I ever did in life. But it's off. I did some research. It's going to take a couple of weeks for the algorithm to pick up on the difference. And we'll see. All right, shout out to Velez. I appreciate you, sir. But again, those two might not be done on screen, but I will Discord them. And I know you in there. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. I believe it's one more. Is my count steady? What do y'all see in the like section? What number? That's crazy numbers. They be hating on you. Velez, 50 to 75%, dog. And I'll show you the video. I put it in the Discord. I'll show you the video. Where is it? It's right here. I was like, what? I watch Urban Politicians TV.
Could you use up to $800? Find it at BioLife. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid for each.
Found one setting
Right?
in the back.
I found it on let me close this motherfucking bar before motherfuckers get any wild ideas. 29? Alright, see, I still have one short. I see 28. So let's get one more, y'all. If there's anybody out there that has yet to hit the like button, hit that like button. Let's get that 30. I watch Urban Politicians TV. I agree with him on a lot of things. I disagree with him on the idea that Puerto Ricans were not foundational in hip hop. Fuck out of my face with that. That's it. You know, shout out Sheldon. Salutes. Appreciate you. But when I saw he was having the same problem where his shit got knocked down, and she had the same problem, her shit. Now I don't watch her, but I watch him. And he said that he put the shit back and everything got back to normal. I need back to normal because this shit knocked me down 50 and some days 75%. What baffles me is that the AI stuff be getting pushed a lot, bruh. Well, I guess the AI stuff knows what to do to get past all of the roadblocks. Me, I'm just a fucking... Listen, if you ask the motherfucker about the content that I put out on all the channels, not to mention the content that I'm about to drop, they'll tell you one motherfucker ain't doing all that. And I tell them they're a motherfucking lie.
No, mommy's wake.
But that AI instantly knows, beep, 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 beep. And guess what? AI, people think it's lying to them. Right? Because AI, you go in circles with it sometimes. It's not lying to them. It's just as stupid as the motherfuckers it's designed after. You know what I'm saying? It's just as stupid as the humans it's designed after. So every now and then, it fucks up. We fuck up. All the time. Lots. Every day. But yeah, you're right. The AI channels be getting pushed a lot. They know how to manipulate the system. I have to learn a mano. I'm tortillas a mano, motherfucker.
No.
But once I saw this, it made all the sense in the world because I would look at the trending videos. And I'm not a gatekeeper, and I'm going to record this. I'm not a gatekeeper. He said the same shit. He's not a gatekeeper. If I got the information, I'll let it be known. But I wanted to make this video once my channel got back to normal and I got my 50% back, right? Because it knocked me down 50 to 75%. But since we're here, I'll do it now. And if I have to do it if the channel bounces back, I'll do it then too. They gave me the information. I want to give out the information. But listen to this bullshit.
End of my YouTube studio that was quietly killing my channel behind the scenes. Welcome back to my channel. Found one setting in the back end of my YouTube studio that was quietly killing my channel behind the scenes. Welcome back to my channel for another video. My videos went from 20,000 views, maybe 100,000 views, even 300,000 views, down to barely getting 1,000 views.
What? So when I tell you 50 to 75%, it was 50 to 75%, and I ain't got shit. So when you take 50 to 75% of my I ain't got shit, you fucking around. And you bound to find out.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you?
On top of the fact that there's so much shit to do, right? She went from 300,000, 100,000, 50,000 to 500 and something. What? I ain't breaking the thousands like that. I ain't broke the seal like they broke the seal. You look at what I'm doing with nothing. My life story, done it with nothing. Everything I did. Touch historical shit with nothing. Absolutely nothing. They get knocked down for 300K, 100K, 50K. I'm fighting for my 700. I'm fighting for my 5,000. I'm fighting for my 1,500. You know? Meanwhile, it may be, because I don't have proof yet that that was the fix. I'm testing it. So I tested it. We'll see how it works. Right? But, shit. Rescue me, motherfucker. You gonna take my nothing from more than nothing? How you get more than nothing? What the fuck?
At first, like a couple weeks ago, this completely changed. All of my browse traffic disappeared, and I basically fell off of the algorithm. Why did this happen, and how did this happen? So two things started to happen. YouTube started pushing all of my video traffic from suggested, and it was suggesting and recommending my videos next to random content.
So I was looking at these type of analytics. I was looking at what my viewers view, what my audience watches, what's trending in my world. And it was shit like this, shit that had nothing to do with the shit that I was doing, and I couldn't understand why. Me, being somebody that came up in technology, with my age and how technology came about, I've always been right there with the wave. Right? Or maybe a little bit ahead of it. Doing things through 15 different machines that I was waiting for the technology to make it so I could do it on one, and it came. Right? I was born in this sweet spot, but it wasn't so sweet. You had to work for it, technology-wise. So I knew that this could have been, okay, once they give a couple updates, they'll figure this out. Meanwhile, I figure out with this video that it's just me trying to have, I wanted the Il Cartel in Spanish. We get people that come in the chat and say, yo, we want this in Spanish. I couldn't get it in Spanish, and then I was waiting for the auto dubbing, when they finally gave it, not only did they market it to people in Spanish, they marketed it to India, everywhere. And some people don't give a shit about what we're talking about in these other places. So they either don't click at all, or they click and they click off, and that kills you in the algorithm. I had to turn it off. And we'll see in a couple of weeks if I get to where Urban Politicians TV got to, where it bounced back for them.
Videos that were in different languages and in foreign countries. And so I'm looking at my analytics because YouTube was pushing my content.
Shout out Velez. El Tubo ain't want to be paying out channels. If you look at the comments, shout out Oso. Hold on, let me put this up here. A beer and a double check mark that dog in me. And happy Halloween, motherfucker. I forgot what I was saying.
Next to random videos, the click-through rate dropped dramatically, which is pretty much like...
Oh, the comments were saying El Tubo don't want to be paying out. What you're saying is what they were saying. But there's a lot of different tricks to do that. I told y'all, I have a video where somebody's doing chest compressions, trying to save someone's life. The AI and the human, quote unquote, supposedly, picked up the compressions as violence and flagged the video.
No, mommy's wake.
Fuck out of here.
Like the death
I'm
of
gonna go get these beers.
any next to videos that were in different languages and in foreign countries, and it was suggesting and recommending my videos next to random content, next to videos that were in different languages and in foreign countries. And so I'm looking at my analytics because YouTube was pushing my content next to random videos. The click-through rate dropped dramatically, which is pretty much like the death of any video, having a low click-through rate. And so me being analytical, I started doing research everywhere, and everywhere I looked, on Reddit, on social media threads, in the YouTube comments, I saw creators with huge followings, like 1 million subscribers, 400,000 subscribers. They were all having the same issue. Out of nowhere, all of their views were dropping, and I literally had no idea. I did everything I knew how to do. I changed up my titles, my thumbnails, I did SEO, and so I kept thinking, you know, why is YouTube pushing my content to people who are not even interested in my niche or interested in the things that I talk about? And then I found the problem. There is one setting that YouTube has been secretly like testing out with different channels. It's been testing it out with my channel for pretty much this entire year. But then everyone on everybody's channel, as of May of this year, just a couple months ago, it became an automatic turned on setting. Probably it's on right now in the back of your channel. And this setting is auto dubbing. No shade to YouTube, but this completely messed up my reach in my content. If you don't know what auto dubbing is, here's an example.
This is how you can lose the weight the way you want. Weight
Bitch.
Loss by Hims offers access to a variety of
Nehmt Platz, holt Stift und Papier, denn wir werden
So this is me, and I clearly don't speak this language. So auto dubbing is the process of translating your content, basically taking your voice track, putting it in a new language, and then using AI to put that soundtrack over your video. And so in the back end of YouTube, auto dubbing was turned on unless you disabled it back in May. And essentially my video, there was like 20 of my videos being put out all over the world. So I was speaking Spanish, I was speaking Mandarin, I was speaking all these different languages, and it's being shown to all these different audiences. The setting is cool because it opens you up to like international distribution, and if that is your goal to like, you know, grow globally all over the world, then, you know, keep the setting on. But I noticed that for myself and for a lot of other creators, this really messed up our reach. And so I went into the back end of my channel, I turned off auto dubbing. So here I am in YouTube Studio, and I'm going to show you how.
Working man hit me with a DM the other day. He said, bro, he hit me with a comment, bro, you're shadow banned. I can't see you. I got to look for you. I went to my OGs. My OG was like, yo, I can't find your YouTube channel. I typed in my handle. That shit didn't pop up. What?
Turn this setting off. So you want to go down to settings, and once you click on settings, this is where you can edit all your channel settings. You want to go to upload defaults. So in the month of May, this became an automatic thing that was put on everybody's channel. So under advanced settings, you can scroll down until you see where it says automatic dubbing, and right now it's probably checked off for you. I've already turned mine off, so you'll see what it looks like probably for you right now. So go ahead and uncheck that, and you can go and do manual review, but I just decided to turn it off completely and then save, and then that's
yo, it's Big Ant the spokesman, man. We back, another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and I want to give a big shout out to Natalie Nicole right here, and I'm gonna have a link in the description where y'all can watch the clip in full on her YouTube channel and get that.
But Les, this one of yours right here. Salutes. What is this? Piña. La piña está agria. That's one of Oso's saying.
full video because she got the news you can use, she got the tools you can use, and she got some game that can put a stain on your brain over there. As what she is talking about in this video, auto dubbing, is actual factuals, and I had to use this myself, and I got the game directly for her. So I want to come on here and shout her out, and then let everybody know that watch me, other creators who are doing YouTube and working on this and was going through the same thing, who might have not figured it out. It's most definitely a fact. It's true. I ain't selling no BS. I'm coming direct. This has actually worked right here on Urban Politicians TV. As earlier this month, I noticed myself that my videos wasn't reaching the same. And also, if you've been in this game for as long as I have, which is 7 years, there's people that have been doing it way longer, but I'm like 7.5 years in, dropping every single day. So throughout—
By the way, we having our 3-year anniversary this week.
the years, you just learn how it works. You kind of can scale certain things. And then if you start looking into your analytics and your data, you know that, okay, when you hit this much, how it's flowing, and the way that they rank your videos. And I was noticing the way that they were ranking my videos with the summary of the rankings, it wouldn't add up how it normally adds up throughout my channel. It was saying performing better than usual at certain times, of performing as normal, but the videos was ranked at like 1 or 2 or 3 out of 10, but that's supposed to be better than usual. Sometimes, very rare, it don't work like that, but everybody channel be different. But I was like, man, something is off. And then I'm noticing like the same regular people that watch my channel, they wasn't there. I'm like, hold on, dog. The same regulars that's here, they not even catching the videos. Then people started hitting me, and this was earlier this month. Hey, Ant, where you been at, bro? Your videos is not coming across my feed. Hey, bro, are you shadow banned? Are you blocked? Multiple people kept saying that to me, and I'm like, I'm the person that I tell myself, don't go for the shadow ban talk. Don't go for the block talk.
As am I. I tell you all the time, I don't want to, I'm not Hassan Campbell. I don't want to be like, oh, look, El Tubo knocked me down. I don't want to be like that. But sometimes it be like that.
No, mommy's wake.
Because it's happened before, and I just kept going hard with it. Like my boy Terry Blue say, play through the pain. It been plenty of times my channel had been down for a couple months, down for a month. I would just keep dropping and dropping, and I was telling myself this here, but I said, hold on, bro. This can't just be normal. It didn't feel right, so I got to research it, and I came across Natalie's channel. There's a lot of creators making videos about their views going down and stuff, but I came across her channel, watched it. It was straightforward to the point. I went and turned it off on my channel and instantly went back to normal. So with me being a creator, I say it's only right that I pass this good game that she blessed me with on, and most definitely come on here and shout her out. I've been trying to get this video out and let everybody know, hey, if you're going through this, certain people, it might not affect your channel. She said this has started back in like March or May or something like that. It just started affecting me now, because I was doing the same thing that I always do pretty much, you know, the continuing growth, the normal standard, those little spikes here and there, then it kind of go back to normal. That's a part of YouTube. But
yeah, YouTube is 1 month on, a month off, a couple months on, a couple months off. But when you start losing 50, 75%, see, you don't judge it by your peaks. You judge your audience by the bottom. And I had a bottom, and once that bottom started getting breached, I knew what was at pause. I knew what was happening.
Noticeable that everything was on a decline and they wasn't getting no reach. And how that happens is the suggestion. They suggesting you with the voices of the AI stuff to other countries, so your audience that gets suggested to you is not the normal people that they really normally align with in the sidebar, the home screen pages.
No,
they
mommy's
wait. A whole nother algorithm that ain't got nothing to do with the type of content you make, the type of product you put out, and the same type of demographic of viewership that view you. So it most definitely worked for me. This is really for the people who kind of understand how they analytics work, how your channel is, how your audience is, and how your stuff is being viewed and what the audience is for you, that you can kind of spot it easier than somebody who just started YouTube. So if your views is hurting, I suggest you look into this. Shout out to Natalie Cole. She most definitely put
it made all the sense in the world when they said it. You know, It made all the sense in the world. I understood it because it's what I've been seeing. I've been seeing the trending and the suggestions and the shit that my audience views, and it's in different languages and shit. I'm not in the right spot.
Major game, dog.
I need to go compare them across all my channels. Here's another thing. You guys know what you see. The content that you see, the live streams that you see, the changes, that kind of work. But there's all kind of other shit. Research, all kind of other shit. Hitting technical shit, all kind of other shit. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna compare them to the other channels. Because other channels, more than the cartel channel, the fight channel, YouTube has no problem saying, oh, I know the audience for that. Boom, there they are. The film channel, I know where the audience is. Boom, there they are. You know, with crime, it's a little bit different.
I got to shout her out with this one more time, and I most definitely used it. No, hey, I'm coming on here all the way 1,000, bro. Ain't no lying with it. It most definitely helped the nigga situation out and got me back on my roll. 'Cause I noticed it instantly. Okay, I'm back rolling now. I'm back in motion now. We really back moving, man. We really back having action with this, and I noticed it.
Now, I left a comment on his page and asked him, how long did it take to bounce back? You know? I need my nothing to get back from negative nothing to some nothing. You know what I mean? Shout out Velez. Nah, pues está cabrón. Mi respeto, viejón. A lot of work you put in, bro. Salutes to you. I appreciate you. Again, there's only one person that can attest to it. And he looks at me like I'm crazy. And that's also, it's a lot, dog. But I'm like that with all the things that I do. You know? And I want these channels to succeed. That'll make me a better actor. I'll be able to go concentrate on acting. And maybe make some music. People been in my ear about music. It's a losing battle over here on YouTube. I do it because I understand what it can be and what it will be.
After I put this auto dubbing off, so try it out, see if it works. The emotion now. We really back.
So I'm waiting for a response. Maybe his channel responds or not, but I left a comment. How long did it take for your channel to bounce back? In my research with ChatGPT, Google, and all that shit, 2 to 4 weeks.
Moving.
Which is bullshit. You blow another month with 50%, 75% loss of numbers.
Man, we really back having action with this, and I noticed it instantly after I put this auto.
See, okay, there he is. He said instantly. Well, I will say this. We got like 4 or 5 new subs right away.
And also, try it out, see if it works for you. If you a YouTuber or a creator, this is what it's about, spreading that game around when you get that knowledge and information. I was having some stuff with getting stuff monetized.
And again, when my shit bounces back beyond that 50% marker, I'll do this video again, and I'll do it the way he did it. Hey, this is, if you're having a problem and you feel like your shit's getting knocked off, here's your problem. But I got to know that it works for me first.
As well, at certain points, I don't know how to fix that though, but you know, and then I had the thing came around when you get that knowledge and information. I was having some stuff with getting stuff monetized as well. At certain points, I don't know how to fix that though, but
I know how to fix it. I started censoring shit. Censoring the word cartel, censoring the word Chapo, censoring the word Mayo. People on TikTok, oh, you say Chapo'S, you say, but you don't say that about the Maízas. The Maízas ain't flagged. I know the words that are flagged. And sometimes that list changes. Sometimes that list changes and now Maízas is flagged. You know what I mean? So it's a lot, man. You constantly trying to get ahead of a motherfucker, but I know what's out there. And I know what I bring to the table. I ain't worried about that part. I know what I bring to the table. Nobody could be here. This shit could be empty. I know what I bring to the table.
Oh, and then I had the thing too where like I would drop videos, they will perform well. Some of them hitting over 100K. And then
auto dubbing uses AI to automatically translate and revoice a video into different languages, making content accessible to a global audience without manual recording or voice actors. This feature, which puts me out of a job, this feature can be enabled in platforms like YouTube Studio under the upload defaults or for individual videos with options to manually review the dubbed audio before it goes public. This video explains what auto dubbing is and how it can help your channel.
Next thing I know, it'll be dropping. It'll get demonetized days after it had already hit 100K. They come back and demonetize it.
Shout out Velez. Good fucking question. Good question. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Does El Tubo tell you what you have to do in order to get monetized? No. They don't tell you shit. Everything is vague. Everything is up to their discretion. They have a list of things that say, are you talking about something traumatic? What the fuck is not traumatic in 2025? Are you talking about if you say Bartell more than twice, they say, oh, this is recreational rug use. Why? Because this is not just mentioning Bartels. This is the whole video is about Bartels. Recreational. Well, how I'm not saving somebody by telling them to stay the fuck out the game because there's no loyalty and their best friend's going to smoke them or snitch on them. So they don't tell you shit, dog. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. They don't tell you shit. You know how I learned what words are flagged? I sat also right here so that he could see it happen. I type a word. Demonetization, the ad limited goes up. I take the word away, it's monetized again. And people say, and this is not our channels, because if you go look at Johnny Mitchell's channel, he can say brocaine, he can say all the words in his title. They not letting me get away with that shit. Not happening for me. Life is traumatic in itself, period. Bro, I'm going to take a screenshot and I'm going to put the list in the Discord. How about that? All right? I'm going to put the list in the Discord of all the shit that they ask about. On the next upload I do, I'll put the list up. So you can see what I'm talking about. The stupid shit. I don't click none of that shit. Fuck you. Does it say bad words? Fuck you. Does it do this, that, and that? Fuck you. That's crazy. So they expect you to put hella videos out and figure it out as you go. Abso-fucking-lutely 100,000%. That's the answer. One more like. Can we get one more like in this bitch? Am I worthy? But that's it right there. They expect you to put out hella videos and figure it out as you go. Absolutely. And if it ain't for shit like this, we out the game. Shout out UPTV. Real talk. Real talk. That's how it be. No bullshit. They expect you to put out hella videos and figure it out as you go. Absolutely. 100,000%. The shit they do help you with, don't help you. It helps you in other shit, don't help you in the shit that you need help with. It's crazy. All right, this one's cracked. I'm about right here. I owe you one more. So when I crack it, I'll make a video, put it in the Discord and tag you. I've been here, 4 hours. Y'all got 2 extra hours out of me. Or an hour and a half extra out of me. Shout out Dan Sosa on the check-in. Salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. New Jersey in the house. But yeah. They don't tell you shit, Velez. This is dog eat dog out this bitch. Their mission is, hey, figure it out, motherfucker. Be like, what? Cold as fucking Jersey already? Yeah, it's getting cold here, but I think we're finally, Chicago hasn't had many bad winters in a couple of years. The shit that I've been used to since I was a kid has changed. Anybody that tells me climate change ain't real is full of shit. I seen it. I synced it. I mean, but I think this year is payback time. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong. Shit. Hope I'm fucking wrong. Hope I'm wrong. Shout out Raven. 100's up. I hope I'm wrong. man. So yeah, that's what's happening. Give me one sec. And salutes, we got our 30 likes. I appreciate it, man. That's the least I can get out of tonight. You know what I'm saying? Salutes to everybody that donated, everybody that bought me drinks. Y'all got me lit. I was supposed to shoot some more videos after this. I think I'm still going to do them. They're going to just be drunk film reactions. All right, I'm doing the mayor of Kingstown on Ill Films. I'm about to do the mayor of Kingstown. And I'm finishing up on interior Chinatown. One sec. All right, I'm back. All right, we've been here 4 hours. Again, almost done with this beer. I'm gonna crack one more for Velez on the Discord. Salute to the usual suspects. Salute to the Ill Cartel. I appreciate everyone. Hopefully this anti-auto dubbing shit is over with. And we'll get back in our proper place and move forward. We're trying to get to this 15,000 first and trying to get to that 100,000. 100,000 is the goal. Right? Salutes to Oso. Salutes to Fernando, Velez, everybody that donated. Salutes to everybody that popped up tonight. All the usual suspects, all the wrenches, all the members. I appreciate you all. Again, we've been here 4 hours and your boy's going to kick rocks. We got our 30 likes, hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all. Expect some content this week. If you're not in our Discord, the link is in chat. Get up in there, all right? With that said, I will holla. Peace. Hold on, one last look at the new. All right, see, we got a fucking full view over here. I can put my fucking hands up and say, "Hey, man, coño, man, what the fuck?" I appreciate y'all. Let's get it. Peace.